What's up, YouTube? Big Jackalope here, Rob Ricks. Gonna be setting up my webcams and stuff. Looks like everything got distorted here. So we're gonna do that. Save. All right, so I should be on now. See Jeremiah looking like a big ass Yeti.
Hey, come on now.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, I could hear you. I want to make sure you could hear me, so I figured if I called you a big ass Yeti, you'd be you would respond.
Why not?
So let's see. I'm gonna try the other camera too. Go ahead and try this other camera. Looks like it worked. Yeah, that worked.
Yeah, it switched over.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna get the link here and put it on Facebook, even though I sent invites out to everybody. So you should work now. Got it. Here. Boom. All right, I see Tenchi.
Oh, I got a Brachio now.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. There's Titchy and there's Tebow.
Oh. I can't hear you, Tenchi.
My soon-to-be pimped Tybo.
There you go.
I had the mute button on again. I didn't even
Right.
realise it.
Alright.
I am getting rid of this chain though, because I don't know if you can hear that.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Not too stealthy.
Yeah, I got mine off.
Yeah, I'm going to need to invest in a sheath this as well, because this one has a little bit of rattle.
Does?
Yeah.
Hold the chain. Hold the chain. Yeah.
Very minute bit of rattle.
Oh, that's crazy.
Smash it.
Mine was snug as shit.
Yeah, I want to get a C2G Fab one for it. I'm just waiting on my badass scales arriving. Oh, better not put it on that side.
Let's take a look here. Yeah, I got no rattle.
Yeah, I've got a tiny little bit of rattle on mine.
That's crazy. That's craziness.
Hang on, hang on a second. Let me take the chain off and see if it still rattles. 'Cause it could just be the chain in the little holes.
Yeah, that's what I think it is because
No, tiny little bit of rattle.
Yeah, you got a little rattle. You got some rattlesnake. What's up, Roy?
What's going on, man?
Nada. Just
How was the vacation?
vacation was great.
Oh look, Chance is already here. We gone and jinxed ourselves because Chance is here before we even mentioned him.
Well, I did the invitations a little different this time, and of course, I get all of the invitations and shit worked out basically 11, 12 days before they discontinue Google Hangouts. So
I'm sorry, man.
I'm gonna look into.
So the question is, what the
stuff.
hell are we going to use once Hangouts is gone?
Well, they said that they got something new on Google Live that's supposed to replace it.
Oh, you mean that live stream
Live.
setting? Yeah, the live stream setting in YouTube.
Right. That's what's supposedly going to be happening.
Yeah, supposedly. I mean, we'll see. We'll figure something out. I was thinking about it earlier. I was thinking if worse comes to worse, then what I could do is use my OBS to just stream a Skype session, and then I just hook everybody up on Skype, and we just connect that way. Because I've done a ton of group meetings on Skype before.
Yeah, I already have Skype.
I think most people have Skype. They might not use it, but they have.
Oh, Oh, I use it. I use it a lot.
There's that new one I was showing you too, the Google Duo. That's
Yep.
that's like Google's version of Skype.
Right. But they're right now, but that's only on the phone.
Well, yeah, right. That's part of the problem with that.
Yeah, because if it's on the phone, it kind of hoses me. Unless I was to get some kind of a phone emulator on a PC and then hooking everybody's phone, but then everybody's gonna be like, "Hey, you know."
Yeah, I mean, I get you. I'm just saying that's something I know they added, and they're probably going to. See, I think it's funny how how Google shuffles their stuff around, because they had a messenger, like their Google Messenger before.
Right.
They added all that into Google Plus, and now they took it back out of Google Plus. And they realized that Google Plus didn't take off like Facebook did.
Well, it's because it fucking sucks.
Well, it does. It does, really.
The problem is if you've got a YouTube channel, you've got no choice but to use Google Plus because it does it automatically.
Right. Well, it's all connected. It's all their.
Well, you know, say what you want, but at the end of the day, Google will be one of the last guys standing. So.
Oh yeah. I mean, I love Google. I mean, obviously, I'm entrenched in it. I have everything connected to it. So.
Oh yeah, I didn't say all of Google. I thought we were talking about Google Plus.
Yeah, Google Plus sucks.
I'm saying Google Plus will be one. It will be probably the dominant social network at some point.
I don't think so. I think they're getting rid of it.
I'd be surprised.
Yeah, they've already had to dismantle it from YouTube because of the huge public backlash.
Yeah.
And nobody ever thought that would happen.
We'll see what happens. We'll see. We can't tell, because they may turn around and just restructure it again.
Facebook might be the last man standing.
No, Facebook is gonna fuck themselves eventually.
Well, look what Facebook did. They just rolled out their standalone arcade, which nobody ever thought was going to happen, and now that's in beta.
That's the point. Let me close my Facebook down so I can get the call more smooth.
And that's going to route everyone away from Facebook. Nobody thought they'd ever do that, because that was one of the main things that was cycling people through Facebook.
Right.
So I think anything can happen.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, I mean that's the only thing you could count on is change, right?
Everything will never change. Everything will change.
Everything changes. It's like even the shit you absolutely love, somebody's gonna come along and fuck it up, and you're gonna be like, seriously, dude, it was fucking perfect. Why would you touch it? Why would you do anything? Well, we just wanted to. You fucking dipshit.
Yeah.
What the hell? But getting back to your earlier question, the vacation was great. I got a story time I'm working on right now. I got 3 story times, but since it's just us for the most part hanging out.
Oh, it's just us, you know.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, I like that.
Nobody's
Nobody's watching this shit. It's just us. Fuck them, you know. But it was like
then
everything.
The chat comes to life and there's like 10,000 people trying to get in on it.
Yeah, that would be like suspicious and scary at the same time, because it'd be like, the fuck? Why the fuck are you in here? You know what I mean? It's like,
the Dark Army trying to get in.
Yeah, it's like, what the shit? Anyway, it was good. I mean, everything went smooth. We were early everywhere. Like, all the flights were all on time. Everything was just like clockwork. I mean, everything was really good. I mean, the only thing that sucks are the same things that suck. Period. Just traveling. Traveling just sucks. There's no pleasant way to walk through and have somebody fucking rate, what do you call it? X-ray your junk. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if you opt out of that, then they fucking grab your junk. So it's kind of like, do I want cancer or do I want public humiliation? Yeah, fuck, I guess I'll go the cancer route.
They wear rubber gloves.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you know, as soon as
I don't know why you're complaining.
I start running my fingers through their hair, you know.
Because you might get a bastard who's actually into it.
I almost don't like that sanitary aspect of it. It's like even creepier.
Oh, it's a little too clean for you. You want a dirty.
I like a dirty pat down. You know what I mean?
At least use the lube, right?
You know, it's like I like the dirty pat down. You know, rub my head against the wall and give me your shit. What do you fucking got here? You know.
You better slam me up against the wall a
That's
little
right.
harder.
Hey, show me some conviction, motherfucker. Show me some goddamn passion. You know. But no, it's like, I mean, it was. I mean, it's almost like going to the zoo. You see these TSA workers, and they look like the lions that have been in captivity for too long. They're just except one dude. Except one dude. There was one guy that was scanning the luggage, and me and my wife freaked out for a half a second because I gave her a knife before to carry with her, and we are going through, and she had her bag, and she's like, "Oh shit, I think my knife is in there," and I'm like, "Well, I guess we'll just be short a knife," and so it goes through. And of course, they grab her bag, and this one eagle-eyed dude, he's like this. He's sitting there looking at it, you know. He's back and forth, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. I mean, he looked like fucking Minority Report and shit, dude. And I figure because every time I travel, I get fucked with. I mean, every time. This time, I'm like watching. My bag comes unmolested. It's just right to me. I'm like, what the shit? And I'm like, all right, so I grab my shit, I put my belt back on, I put my boots back on, you know, I'm putting everything back on, but my wife's still sitting there like, hey, where's my bag? I'm like, oh yeah, where's your bag? And then we look over, and here's homeboy. And then he takes it out and he puts it there, and the other guy comes over and he grabs it, he's going through it, and he says, oh, yeah, you got some, what the fuck was it? It was like deodorant or shampoo. It was something stupid.
A liquid thing.
Yeah, it was a liquid. So
Of course.
they took that, and then it was just hilarious because I was like, oh, out of everything else you could have freaked out about, like all the wires, like I had like 50 million wires and USB cables all wrapped nice and neat and shit, you know, and I was like, everything that was in there, that was the thing they freaked out because of some liquid, you know. I mean, it was like a little travel fucking container. It was so inconsequential. We were like, oh, well, fucking great, take it, you know. Then we went on our way and we said, all right, we got 2 hours to wait. So we sat and waited for that flight and got down to Southern California, and then we got a ride over. We hung out with my mother-in-law and ex-father-in-law. They all took us out. We ate. And then we got to the boat, and my wife was brilliant. She bought this thing that was called Fast to Fun or something like that, and she paid like $22 for it. And that $22 went so fucking far on this cruise, it wasn't even funny. So we fucking get there, and they're like, "Oh, are you Fast to Fun?" We're like, "Yeah." So we just walked straight past all the lines, went straight
Fast
to
and Fun?
Yeah, Fast to Fun. And then
Oh.
they check our stuff, they check our passports, they check all that stuff, and there was just a bored person. The person that was just sitting there bored with a little thing in front that says Fast to Fun. And I guess not that many people were fucking paying the $22 because we were like one of the only ones to just fucking beeline straight to it, right? And I thought, oh, you know what, it comes in waves. Maybe, you know, I missed a few. So my wife said, you know what, I just paid off this credit card. Let me go and check the thing. So she's calling the thing, and she's checking, and she's on the phone for like 15, 20 minutes. I see nobody going to Fast to Fun. I'm like, oh, I guess, all right, whatever. So we get on the boat, like before everybody else. Our room is already done, so we just drop our bags off. We walk around, and we're looking around like, okay, cool, we're on the boat. When does the boat fucking actually leave? So we're talking to some folks, and they're like, yeah, we're going to probably depart around 6. And it was like 2 o'clock. So we're like, all right, fuck it. So we went up, and I got my wife a drink. And she took the drink, and the guy was like, hey, my friend, do you want the drink? I said, yeah, give me a drink of water. He's like, what? He looked all confused, like, he didn't understand the words coming out of
What the
his
fuck
mouth.
is water?
And I said, water. He's like, huh? I said, agua. You know, he's like, you don't want a drink? I said, no, that's for her. He's like, and he looked at me like, motherfucker, you're in the wrong place because everybody that's on this fucking boat needs to be fucked up, okay? So my wife takes one sip, okay? She does this. It was a pretty-ass drink. It was all blue, had all kinds of colors in it and shit. She goes like this. She took one sip. Woo! 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 I'm like, what? She goes, damn, this drink is strong. I said, let me sip. So I took a little sip, and I'm like, holy shit, that is strong. So she walked around for like an hour with the same drink, sipping on it to try to finish this drink. So people get on the boat, and we realize this is not going to be a Disney cruise because we went on a Disney cruise last year. This was oh fuck, what was the name of the cruise? Um,
Tom Cruise?
no, it
Oh
was
dear God, that'd be horrible.
it's a cheap ass cruise. I don't remember the name of it. It doesn't matter. It was like the cheapest cruise you can go on. Carnival cruise. So
You sure it wasn't Mexico or bust?
well, so we're sitting there,
Mexico
and
or bust.
there were like church revivals. There was a bunch of people there for either bachelor party or bachelorette parties. There was a lot of people that caught some STDs, I tell you that. There was divorce parties. There was, and then there was just like older folks, and then there was like people like me and my wife that were there to celebrate like an anniversary or something. And the fucking, I shit you not, within 30 minutes, we were on there for 30 minutes by ourselves. There were really not a lot of people on the boat. But 30 minutes later, people started to trickle in. And people did not even, I saw people hitting the drinks with their luggage right next to them. I mean, they were just, fuck it. We are going to get hammered starting now. And the insidious thing about cruises is you don't pay with money, okay? You're not paying with your debit card. You're not paying with a check or cash. It's basically like a key card that you get, okay?
And you pay the bill after.
You pay it after. Well, actually, you don't even really pay it after because what happens is when you first go to get on the boat, they ask for a credit card to put on the account, right? And so when I gave my card, they said, oh, is it going to cover her too? And I said, yeah, it's going to cover both of us. They're like, okay. So some of these folks were doing, they had a $300 special. You could do a $300 one-time fee, and you could have up to 8 drinks a day for the 3 days. So you would get, 24. I think 8 was the minimum. There was their scrutiny. Like if you started to act really stupid, they cut you off. But I think it was like 8 a day. Oh no, not 300. Maybe it was 300 for me and her if we were going to do it. So 150, 8 drinks a day for 3 days or something like that. So if you would have did, yeah. So it's like $10 a drink, $8 a drink or something like that. If you did 8 and you did 3, you're looking at, 24 times $240. If you did 150, save $90. Okay. So anyway, they had people that were just fucking hitting it, right? And anytime you get on a boat, there's always an emergency kind of seminar they take you through, tell you the protocol of where you're supposed to go, what you're supposed to do in case of an emergency, et cetera, et cetera. And I take that shit seriously. Because, especially when I have fuckers that were on the stream a couple of weeks ago saying, yeah, I hope the boat doesn't fucking sink. So, I got that shit in the back of my fucking mind. So we go in. Now, check this shit out. This was 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock we go in for this mandatory all shit. Like, they literally had to do like the police to corral these drunk motherfuckers into a funnel to get them to where they needed to go. I mean, it was like, choke. Like, we were in, we were sitting down. Man, we had to...
It's like a movie theater or something?
Yeah, they had, for our muster spot was a big theater, okay? That was ours, and other people in different decks had different ones, but ours was this big movie theater spot, right? Big theater, like, they had performances and shit. So anyway, I'm sitting there. Me and my wife, we hit it first because we were like, fuck it, let's just go because we already know what they're going to do. So we go. We get seated down. This is where black chick comes in with like 5 other black chicks, and they are completely fucking drunk. And the girl's like, woo, what's up? Hey, why do we have to stop drinking? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, my fuck.
I don't know.
For fuck's sake, here we fucking go, right? So there's a guy on the stage walking back and forth, and he's Mr. fucking comedian, right? It's all, has anyone ever heard about the boat that went? So I'm like, I just tune his ass out. Hang on here. Oh, okay, cool. So I'm like, all right. So I'm waiting to hear where we got to go to get on our lifeboats and all this other shit, and where the life vests, all this other, whatever. This chick, the guy says, okay, now when the captain and the guy comes on the overhead, we need to listen because they're giving directions, right? So the sound goes quiet, and of course this girl right in front of me, the black chick, she has to start talking to her friend about how they're gonna get their fuck on. this cruise. Now here's the funny thing. Her shirt, okay, has one of the church revival things on it, right?
Well, of course, that's how
Okay.
it goes.
But she thinks she's being quiet. Ooh, girl, I saw this nigga. Ooh, he looked like he got a big dick. I'm gonna get all up on that shit. I'm just like, are you fucking? Everybody across the fucking way there just heard that shit, and her friend's like, girl, you're being too loud. Oh, fuck that, honey. I'm being just quiet. I'm like, you gotta be fucking. I mean, we haven't even departed from the thing, and these motherfuckers are like gone, right? And so I'm just like, all right, whatever. You know, my kids aren't here, so fuck, I'm a grown up. I ain't get a trip, whatever. Shut the fuck up. Just do your thing, right? So I'm just sitting there, and then I look to my left, and the whole little booth there is like Vato Centro. I kid you not. It was like a stereotypical fucking, like all the things that the Latinos get pissed off about that they get represented in movies. Like, you had Little Puppet there. You had like fucking, you know, you had Gator. You had all these they're tatted up. You know, fucking 13. I'm like, oh my god, we got Nortel here. I mean, it's like Nortaniels, and it's like, oh my lord. I made the mistake. I did like this. So I'm sitting like this, and they're off to my left here, right? So I'm just kind of, you know, because I'm on a swivel, heads on a swivel. So I do this, and I'm looking, and this one dude's like this. This motherfucker's like
Are
this.
you looking at me?
Yeah. You looking at me, Holmes?
Are you looking at me, I think?
Holmes? I fucking stabbed myself,
You
Holmes.
want a piece of me?
So I'm just like, so I look at him for a second, I go like this. I just fucking smile and go, hey, like that, right? And he goes, holds his drink up, you know, and I'm like, great. I hope this motherfucker doesn't buy me drinks and start handing them to me, because that's going to put me in an interesting, you know. So we're sitting there, and I had a plan. I said, you know what? When I'm on this fucking cruise, I'm going to eat so good. I'm going to be great, okay? So then the thing is done. Okay, it's done. Like, you guys are fucking free to do what you want. I said, all right, babe, I got to go upstairs. I got to see what they have to fucking eat, because I'm on this bitch for 3 days. Let's see what they got. Now, you would think it's a cruise. You would think they would have a pretty wide assortment of vegetables.
Nope.
You would be wrong. They had lettuce, tomatoes, a wide assortment of beans, and that was it. All the rest of the shit in the salad area I couldn't fuck with. You had all these different types of cheeses. You had all these processed meats. You had all the salad dressings. You had all this other shit, right? I'm like, all right, whatever. We'll figure it out. You know?
Well, Rob, of course they're going to have lots of beans. It was a cruise in Mexico.
No, these aren't Mexican beans, though. These were like
They were
garbanzos.
Mexican jumping beans.
I got some of those. I have some of those. I actually took some.
Were you sure, senor?
I have some jumping beans. I brought them home for the kids. But,
Nice.
so they're really cool. They're fucking. They're kind of creepy too, but they're really cool. So I'm like, fuck. All right, well, I'll find something. So finally, about 8 o'clock, I guess, we go to eat, and I'm like, sweet. All right, let's take a look. So we have our assigned seating. So we go. We look at the menu, and like most of it is just crap. Okay. But the only thing that looked good was like filet mignon and lobster. So I figured, you know what? I'll grab a filet mignon and a lobster. I just won't fucking throw all the extra shit on it. I'll just eat the protein and get a salad or soup or something, some water, call it a night. So I'm looking on the thing, and I go to tell the waitress what I want. She's like, oh, that's an extra $20. I said, are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? This is an extra $20? She's like, yeah. I said, all right, whatever. So I go ahead and I do that. Now, this is where shit gets fucked up. All right, so I look to so my waitress is a chick named Tatiana, okay, and I recognized a Russian accent, so I'm like, oh hey, what's up, Tatiana? Guy to my left is there with his girlfriend. He starts dropping a bunch of Russian, so I look at him real quick. He's youngster. I'm like, okay, he won't know me, but then I get this feeling somebody's staring at me, and I look to my right, and the table beyond this one that had this little kid. These guys turned out to be Russian too, but the table next to them was a guy I recognized. And I said, oh shit. So I looked over, I make eye contact with the guy, and I look back real quick. Like, you know, I do one of these. So, you know, because normally if you look at somebody you recognize, you go, like that, right? So I did one of these. So I do one of these. Heads on the swivel, and I just keep going back.
You
And
go,
I just,
shit.
I kind of look like, no big deal. And I'm like, fuck, that is him. Oh my God.
I hate it.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. So I'm trying to figure out how to tell my wife there might be a fucking incident on this boat. I don't know if there is or isn't, but so anyway, she's kind of tripping too because we got 3 tables that are straight Russian. Okay, now we weren't expecting that. We were we had seen the fucking Latino fucking Crips, Bloods, whatever. We had the Crip Bloods, black dudes. We had the revival. We had the old folks, but I wasn't expecting full up like straight Russian mob shit on the boat, right? So I'm like, what the fuck? Why is this motherfucker on this boat? Why would he be? So I'm like, well, maybe his family reunion. Then I'm like doing shit. I'm doing shit like this. Like I'm turning like this. I don't want to look that way. So I turn like this, and I got my fucking my my spoon and my fucking
You're
butter
like
knife.
sharpening them on something.
No, I'm using a reflective thing to look over that way.
Oh,
Without
he's
Yeah,
using it like a
We
mirror.
couldn't see what you were
using
doing.
it. Yeah, use it like a fucking mirror, right? And
Don't worry, I'm just checking what's behind me, making sure there's no spiders there.
yeah, well, so I look and both of them dudes are staring at me, right? And I'm like, oh man. And the only thing that was cool was last time I had run-ins with Russians, I was about 115 pounds lighter, and I didn't have this, but I probably would have looked something similar to that, right? Just all black and brown, and a lot skinnier, right?
Before all the gray came in.
Yeah, exactly.
Before his
It's
senior
silver.
citizens discount came in.
Yeah, before I started looking like Gandalf the fucking Grey. So I'm like, maybe I'm just being paranoid. Nah, I don't think that's that dude because I was pretty sure that dude would be dead by now with the shit he was doing. So I'm like, whatever. So now this cruise has 2,000 fucking people on there. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm not going to keep running into this dude because there's fucking 2,000 people on the fucking boat. It should be pretty nonchalant, So I ran into this motherfucker 3 times, okay? The first time there was a ton of people around, so I was like, okay, cool. He's not going to get a good look. We're not going to fucking interact, anything else. Another time, I just missed him off the elevator shit. We were getting on, he was getting off, and I'm like, oh, thank God. And he turned around, and I'm like, don't get back on the elevator. Don't go back on the elevator because there's cameras on the elevator. If I have to kill you, that's going to be really obvious. I'm going to be I'm going to Mexico jail because at this point, we were in Mexico area at that time. And I'm like, oh, man. So what happens if something – I'm thinking in my head, if something happens on a boat, so is the boat like U.S. soil, boat to U.S. soil? So I'm like all thinking shit through my head. So then when we got off the boat, I was really making sure that I kept my eyes out. Now, here's the crazy thing. So when we get to Mexico, I saw him looking out this observation window in this one common area. And he was looking, and there were shipping containers. I go,
Oh, there you
now
go.
I know why this fucker's here. I'm like, sweet. He's got work to do. He ain't gonna fuck with me. So at that point, I was like, ah. But it was funny because we leave that first night. We left the dinner area, and I was like, my wife is so observant. Like I was cool, man, Luke. We first got there. I got a little perturbed about the $20 for the steak and the thing, but she noticed I wasn't chatty. She noticed I got real quiet, and I was just sitting there constantly just scanning. And so she was watching me, and I kind of got like this, like when I get real stressed out, like I hunch and I just kind of get really knotted up,
Turtle mode.
And so she was like, well, when you get in a fight, you always want to protect your neck, so you hunch down and you keep your neck. So you keep, feel like this. Fuck, why are you gonna do this? You're gonna give your neck up, right?
What
So
neck?
anyway-
I don't have no neck.
Yeah, you look creepy. Stop that shit. Stop that before I screenshot that. Make you your special fucking icon. So anyway, we're walking out. My wife saw, you knew that dude, huh? I'm like, what? What are you talking about? She goes, the one dude that was kind of bald with the gold watch. I go, what? What are you talking about? she's like, don't bullshit me. I'm like, yeah, I know. And she's like, I knew it. I was like, she goes, good no or bad no? I said, bad no. bad no. Like, I don't want to be alone with that dude, you know? And she's like, oh, shit. She was, okay. And so, and then the next day after that, I finally said, you know what, I'm going to do some experimentation. So I got an omelet, because I'm not supposed to do eggs. But my first flare-up was with eggs. So I said, fuck it, let's try some omelet. Because, oh, the other thing was, I was hurting bad. And I was like, damn, why am I hurting so fucking bad? And I'll get to that in a second. So then I ate an omelet, and I was like sitting there, and I forgot what happened. My wife said, oh, she didn't want to get the omelet. She went somewhere else. And I saw this dude checking her out really fucking hard as I was sitting there eating my fucking omelet. And I got kind of pissed off about it a little bit because the motherfucker saw her with me. Like, I can't walk anywhere without people noticing me. It's just fucking impossible. I can't.
Weird.
I can't slide under the radar. I mean, regardless of how anybody else in the room looks.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Fuck. It's like, fuck, you know.
Yeah,
But
you enter a room and everybody turns to look, and you're like,
yeah, and it was really weird because when we were walking to that level 9 thing where they had all the food, that second day, man, I kept looking like this in the mirror because I thought I had like just a giant double pair of fucking boogers hanging out of my nose because people would be like this. People would be like this.
yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? And then, so anyway, I mean, my wife looked hot, so I was like, okay, but there's a difference between, okay, here's the wife, and here's you, and it's this.
Yeah.
You know, they're looking at you. They're not looking at wifey, right? Because I see that all the time, and I'm happy. You're like, yeah, check her out, whatever, fucking, you know, you ain't getting it, though. But I walk in with her, and this dude made eye contact with us, right? And he looked down. I go get the omelet. I'm sitting at where we're going to sit. I get her some water. I get some water. She goes to get, she got the eggs and bacon and shit. There was another area where you can grab that stuff. So anyway, I'm just sitting there, and I'm watching this fucker, and I'm getting pissed, right? And because he's doing one of these. You know, and I'm like, dude,
in other words, he's eye fucking your wife.
I expected this. Ooh, you know, a little hand motion going. I was like, seriously, motherfucker? So anyway, she goes and comes and sits back down with me, and I'm just eyeballing this motherfucker like, dude, I will throw your ass off this boat. You know what I mean? So I eat the eggs, and
I'm gonna take you for a swim.
And I hurt, right? And I'm like, oh man, the eggs do fuck me up. Damn it. So I was like, all right, well, fuck the eggs. So I push them down a little bit, and they did have fruit, so I had like a bunch of grapes, and I had like 3 bananas, and orange juice. So I was like, okay, cool. They got fruit at least. So so we're sitting there chilling, and then we're looking outside, and there's Mexico, and we had like this blowhole. It's like even the water spouts. Okay, it's called La Bora Dora or something, whatever. Dora's Explorer. I don't know. Fuck. You know, Dora's blowhole. I don't know. So my wife goes, oh, you want to go off the boat and see what's what? And so I'm thinking in my head, the minute we get off the boat, we're gonna see this like rows and rows and rows of like fucking vendors and shit, right? So I get off the boat, and it felt like I was in fucking Arizona. I mean, it was like there's no colors. It's nondescript. It's all cement. It looked like a fucking DMZ of North and South Korea. I mean, it's just like this fucking, you see barbed wire fence, and all this other stuff, and I'm just looking, I'm like, this is not at all what I was expecting. And they had these little standing things that had the names of the different tours on them and stuff, and you had these 3 dudes that were just hungry as shit, ready to sell timeshares, just waiting for fuckers to walk by that they could pounce on, right? So I walk down, and we're looking around. I'm like, where the fuck is everything, right? And the guy's like, oh, you got to go in there. I go, in there? And he's like, yeah. I said, oh, all right. He goes, where you guys from? I said, Utah. He goes, "Oh, that's pretty far." I go, "Yeah, okay, whatever. We're in fucking Mexico, so yeah, I guess relatively speaking, everything fucking far away, you know." So I'm like,
Wow.
"What?"
It's a standard thing he says back, That's
Yeah, it's
pretty
like,
far, isn't it? Yeah, you're like,
"Come on, whatever." I'm like,
Mars. That's pretty
"Okay."
far.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you see fucking coming from Jupiter now. That's a fucking trip. Anyway, so I walk into this fucking thing, and then there's like these little cubby, like fucking little holes in cement wall type things where they have people with their wares. And so I'm looking and I see this leather hat. I'm like, oh, that's a cool fucking hat. So I walk over, ask the chick, how much for the fucking hat? I'm thinking 50, 60 bucks, something like that, because it was nice. I got it right over there. She goes, 25 bucks. And I go, oh. And then I remember we were on the boat and we went and did some research before we even left. They said, oh, pesos to dollar is fucking retarded. So if somebody says something like 10 bucks, you tell them something like "fuck you, $5." You know what I mean?
Or
$1, yeah. But I'm sitting there looking at the hat, and I said, "Tell you what," I said, "we're going on this thing. There's supposed to be a quarter mile of fucking booths and shit and stuff like that. If I don't see anything I like while I'm out there, I'll come back and get this fucking hat, okay?" And she's like, she gives me a look like, "Oh, fucking gringos talking their bullshit. You're not gonna buy shit." I'm like, oh, fucking sorry, honey. I'm not buying shit right now because I'm gonna go where there's fucking 500,000 fucking other Mexicans trying to sell me shit. So, so we're standing and it's like it's hot, and we go back to where we're supposed to go, and these fucking guys with guns stop us like, "No, you have to go that way." I'm like, why can't I just go back where I just came from? No,
Was
you
it
can't.
a Spanish military?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're nice. Did they have the face masks?
No, they didn't have the face mask, but they had full kit gear,
Oh, fuck
pouches
yeah.
on the front, magazines, like they're fucking dude had like 10 magazines
They
on him.
roll heavy.
No fucking shit. So I'm like, hey man, no problem. I'll go wherever you tell me to go. So I go through. We had to show ID and get checked. I was like, literally, I said, I just walked around, and the lady's like, arms. I'm like, okay, honey, go for it. Fill me up, feel it good, And I'm like, whatever. So we walked literally 10 feet back this way. So we went 10 feet this way. I guess we were in Mexico. We make a left. We go 10 feet this way. We're right back where we fucking started. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? Anyway, so the chick shows up. That's our tour guide. And she's this loud, obnoxious chick. I'm like, oh, my God. And the guy that had
tour guide.
The guy that had the wine tour next to us, when the people showed up for his line, he said, "Oh, it's hot. Go sit in the shade. When it's time to go, I will come and get you." Not our fucking bitch. Our bitch said, "You fucking Americans can sit in the sun and fucking cook." So we're just like sitting there. We're just sitting there like this, and I got sweat running down my face and shit. And I'm just like, I'm like, God bless Mexico, right? So anyway, we get going. And we're riding around, and I'm like, holy fuck. This seriously is some more third world shit we're in right here, right? And so we're going, and the chick is making jokes. Oh, there's a field right there, and oh, there's the dirt pile right there, and oh, there's the military. Like they had a lot of military things. She goes, but ours is small because we're just a small town, small state or whatever. And then we get to one spot. She goes, oh yes, we have our own Burger Kings, we have our own this, we have our own. She goes, what's the one thing you guess we don't have? And everybody in unison says Taco Bell. She's like, yes, we won't allow that fake taco stuff here. And I'm like, ha 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 ha, it's so fucking funny, right? I'm like, this is fucking killing me. So we get to the spot, right? And it was like a fucking almost hour drive to get to La Bora Dora, whatever, Dora's anus, whatever. we get over there. It's actually really pretty. I mean, the ocean was fucking beautiful, good mountains, all this other stuff. Looked really great, right? And we get down
it had to be pretty. Nickelodeon has a reputation to maintain.
Yeah, exactly. So we get down there, and he tells us. And before we get there, all my friends are telling me, because they did the carnival tour, and they said, yeah, you get off, you do the blowhole. There's a taco stand. There's this one. It's world famous fish tacos. It's fucking outstanding. It's the best fish tacos you'll ever eat. Okay. Irene tells me, yeah, they get the best fish tacos. Her friends went. One of my good friends went, right? And another one of my friends went. I went online and I said, Mexico best, fish tacos, and like that was one of the search results that came up. I'm like, fuck, yeah, I can't wait. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get me a motherfucking world class motherfucking fish taco. So we get to this fucking spot. Is the very first spot on the thing, and the tour guide tells us, okay, we got an hour and 20 minutes here. Okay, so an hour and 20 minutes we're gonna fucking leave. So set your fucking watches. When an hour and 20 minutes is gone, we're fucking leaving. Okay. I'm like, damn, this bitch ain't playing. All right, read you loud and clear. So we go. She hugs the chick in the front. The chick does this whole little speech, and I got it on video. You guys will see it later. And the chick says they're so fucking good. If you don't like it, you don't have to pay for it. I'm like, holy shit, this must be good, because that's some ballsy ass shit. What's to stop a fat motherfucker from eating? Hit him saying, you know what? I didn't really like them. You know what I mean? And get his fucking $10 or whatever back. They're like $1 a piece or something. It's retarded. So anyway, we walk through a sea of these dudes that are like, hey my friend, give me a Mexican second, give me a Mexican minute. Hey my friend, oh, here's a free this, here's a free that. Here, drink some margarita. Here's this, here's that. And I'm like, just, I'm going, no thank you. No, thank you. Oh, no, thank you. I'm just being polite. It takes us 20 minutes to get down to the end. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm already doing the math. Took us 20 minutes, going to take us 20 minutes. That's 40 minutes, leaves us 40 minutes, okay, before we got to get back on the bus. So we get all the way down to the thing, and my wife sees these clams. They had this fucking grill that had clams on it, and it was fucking, they looked delicious. And so my wife saw, oh, I want one. So I asked the guy, how much for your fucking clams? The guy goes, $7. So I'm like, $7 for a single clam? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, this shit better be fucking amazing for $7. Because I'm thinking in my head, pesos to dollars, right? Pesos to dollars. Fucking, how much is $7 in fucking Mexico, right? I'm like, holy shit, that's like a lot. So anyway, we get it. I get one for her and one for me. We eat it. It was worth the $7. So now I'm getting real excited. So I'm like, no one's talking about this fucking spot right here. Everybody's talking about them motherfucking fish tacos. Ooh, I'm getting excited like a fat man. I'm like, whoa, yeah, buddy. I'm going to tear this shit up. I'm going to get me motherfucking fish tacos, world famous, right? So we're going, and my wife's all, I got to get this for this person, got to get this for this person, got to get this for this person. She's like, we got lists of things we got to get for people back home. I'm like, but fish tacos.
Fish tacos.
Right? Fish tacos. So I'm looking at the watch. So this dude's like, okay, so we go in, and my wife sees these little dishes, okay, and she loves them. So the guy is like, oh, yeah, you got a good eye. That's a good piece right there. Yeah. Wife says, how much? He's all, $20. I said, I'll give you $5. He's all, oh, my friend, look on the bottom, all the family. I said, fuck you, I'll give you $5. $5, we're out of here. I'm on fish tacos. I got to go. So the guy's all, no, man, come on, I gotta eat, let's negotiate. I said, okay, fine, $5. Where's your counter offer? He goes, 19. I go, well, fuck, $4 then. You're gonna fucking go $1 down. I'm not gonna go $1 up, motherfucker. It's like, he's like, well, how much? I said, fucker, I said $5 fucking bucks. He's like, no. I'm like, okay, fuck, we're out of here. So we get ready to fucking bounce out. He's like, oh, come on, man, do like 8. And I look at my wife. She's all, yeah, $8 is fine. I go, okay, fine, $8, right? So I go to give him $8. My wife starts grabbing other shit. I'm like, hold the fuck up. We're gonna have to wheel and deal. So we wheel and deal there for fucking, I don't know, 15 fucking minutes. I'm like, oh my god. So we walk out with like 3 or 4 fucking things. Okay. Now we're going. Now I'm like, okay, just get that. Fucking, let's just go. We got to get to the fucking fish tacos. So we get up there, and my wife's all, oh, what about Paul and his kids? And I'm like, you know what? Maybe there was some alcohol back. Oh, fuck, he doesn't drink alcohol. Fuck, I don't know. And so this dude walks out with these fucking handmade little dolls and shit, right? And I look at them, and they're cool. Like one was fluorescent purple that shifted color, and I'm like, damn, that's actually pretty sick. I go, how much? He's all, $20. I go, what is it, you motherfucker, $20? You guys are twomping all day, every day, right? I said, tell you what, man. I said, I said, look, man, I need fucking 5 of these. I'm not gonna give you fucking $100, okay? I said, let's just skip past the negotiations. I'd say $5, blah blah blah. You go back and forth. We're gonna end at fucking $25. How's that fucking sound? $25. You give me 5 of them. 5. That's it. And he's all, Well, I said, look, motherfucker, I'm gonna walk. I'm trying to get these fish tacos that are 100 fucking feet away from me. Let's rock and roll, baby. Let's wheel and deal. So he goes, okay. So he starts trying to tuck the big ones under his arm. He goes, go ahead and pick. I grabbed one that was under his arm. I grabbed the other one that was under the arm. I grabbed this, grabbed this, grabbed. He's looking. He's like, oh, those are more expensive. I said, about to walk away. He's like, okay, fine. So I take the money out. I go, fuck, I'm not a complete dick. So I give him $30 instead of $25. I go, because I snatched the ones you were really liking, I'll give you an extra $5, okay? I gotta go though. So he starts smiling. Here's my card. You know, I'm on the internet. I'm like, you're on the fucking internet. You could have led with that, motherfucker. You know. So anyway, so I'm like, all right, whatever. So
Dumbass.
we get in the line. I'm thinking, okay, we're like, we got 15 minutes, right? So I'm like, yeah, we got 15 minutes. Let's go. So when we first got there was nobody in line. We get there, the line's out the door around the corner. I'm like, oh my fucking, are you fucking serious? So I get in line, right? I'm sitting there patient. I'm patiently waiting. I'm looking at the time. It's like an episode of 24. Dunk, dunk. Like the time is fucking ticking. Okay, now, these 4 fat Mexican bitches boop, jump right in front of me. Okay? They just bloop, 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 bloop. And I'm looking at them like, what the fuck? Right? And the lady that was in front of me, she turns around and looks, and she goes, she does one of these. What the shit? But she looks back like, okay, whatever. And they're like, I'm like, and they look at me, and they're like, I'm like, and I had this feeling in my stomach. I was like, Rob, don't do what you want to do because you're going to end up in a Mexican prison. Don't do it. Don't do it. These bitches, these bitches are probably somebody's fucking mother, the governor or some other shit of this shithole, and you're going to go to jail. Don't do it. So
you had Damien on your shoulder telling you to do it.
So I'm like, oh no, I didn't need Damien. I was ready to start talking shit. I'm like, bitch, you live here. Bitch, you live here. I don't. Let me get some of this, and you can get it. You know, why you got to cut? You know. So this Chinese dude that I made friends with on the bus because we were talking about cameras and shit. And he goes, he saw me. He saw what was going on. He's like, oh, you okay, my friend? I'm like, and my wife's like this. And I'm like, fuck it. I can't stand rude fucking people, so I get out. I just fucking walk away. My fucking stomach is hurting hella bad. I get next to my wife. We go walk on the bus. We get on the bus, right? The tour guide gets on literally right after we do, okay? And she's got like these pineapples with peppers. I'm not, mangoes with peppers on them. And I was like, yeah, my wife has seemed to enjoy that too. So I'm sitting down. She's doing a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm like, okay, you know. So she comes back, oh, we're missing 3 people. And I'm like, motherfucker, right? Because I was sitting there at first going, I ain't leaving this line. Fuck that. These motherfuckers will wait for me. I'm not leaving this fucking line, you know? But I thought, you know, that's a dick fucking thing to do. You know, make everybody wait because you think you're fucking special or something, right? So I'm like, all right, whatever. So they go look for the 3 people missing. Guess where the 3 people missing are?
In that line.
In that line getting their motherfucking fish tacos, okay? So this one dude, the last guy, they said, oh, whoever's the last one on the boat has to sing a song, okay? This motherfucker gets on the goddamn bus like this. He got 2 fucking plates of them. And he's like, hey, that's where I'm singing a song, okay? Twinkle, twinkle, little star. I'm like, oh, I want to kill this motherfucker. Oh, I just want to kill him. While he's sitting there singing Twinkle, twinkle, little star, I look to my right out the window, and I see the 4 fat Mexican bitches with fucking plates, and one's just stuffing her fat face, and I'm just looking at her like, you fucking whore. And she makes eye contact with me, and I don't know if I was just reading it wrong, but I could swear there was a twinkle in that bitch's eye, like, ha ha, gringo, we got your fucking tacos. You know, I'm like, so... I'm so salty at this point. I'm so fucking disappointed and so mad. My wife's all, babe, you come like fuck this tour. I'm so fucking. I want. Let's go back to the boat. Hopefully on the boat they got some fish tacos or something there, you know. So we go back to the boat. Ain't no fish tacos. They ain't got no fish. They had hamburgers, hot dogs, pizza, sandwiches. And that was it until dinner time, right? So I go, son of a bitch, right? So I'm supposed to be gluten free. I'm supposed to be dairy free. I'm supposed to be like no onions, no eggs. Like my diet is so fucking stupid. And I'm so pissed because I couldn't get my fucking fish tacos. I walked over to the pizza spot. I said, give me a fucking pepperoni slice of pizza, right? So my wife, she didn't say shit. She didn't give me the blink. She didn't say anything. She was like, this is normal as day, whatever.
Yeah.
So I get that fucking pepperoni slice of pizza. I look at it. I go to lift it. Oil's dripping off, right? I hear my innards, my organs going, no, Rob, no. I'm like, fuck all you, right? I'm like, all of you can eat a big fat bag of dicks. I'm eating this fucking pizza. So I ate that slice of pizza, and it was damn good. I ain't gonna lie. That shit was like on point. And I sat there slowly savoring each fucking bite of this fucking piece of pizza. And my wife saw, okay, I'm gonna go get some other stuff. So she goes grab some shit, and I'm just sitting there, nom, nom, nom. And a Chinese dude comes by me, and he's all, that was really messed up. What happened? I said, yeah, I know. He goes, you didn't get one? I said, no. He goes, oh, okay. I go, why? I said, did you get one? He goes, yeah, me and my family, we didn't go down. We said, forget the blowhole. We heard about these tacos, so we just decided to wait. And I said, so you ate them? He's like, yeah. I go, were they really, 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 really good? He goes like this. No, they're all right.
Nice.
Whatever. I didn't think they were that special. I go, oh, okay.
What a nice guy.
Cool, dude. And you know what? I don't think he was lying. You know what I mean? Because he was like, yeah, all right, And he was like, he was fiending for some bowl of rice and some fucking Chinese food because he was like, he's like, I can't wait to go home and eat real food, is what he told me. And so I said, all right, right on. So he left. My wife comes over, and I'm a little better mood. I'm still eating the crust of my pizza. And she's like, oh, that pizza cheered you up. I said, little bit. So I was just like, but yeah, man, it was a lot of this crazy shit like that kept happening. Like, one dude was so drunk, he stumbled back and nearly went over the rail. My wife paid for this thing called chef's meal or something, where it's kind of like if you ever watched Iron Chef, you're like that. They just bring you this weird shit that they make, and you just eat it, and they tell you what it is that it is, right? And so my wife kept harassing them. And remember I told you we had that Fast to Fun? Well, that Fast to Fun gave us a dedicated phone number, gave us a dedicated person to clean our rooms and do whatever. We could get room service, and it didn't cost us anything extra. And then when we go to check out at the end, there was a special line for us to go in as opposed to the main line that everybody goes to pay, check their bill at the end. And also we get off the boat first. So it was like the best $22 ever.
Awesome.
Yeah, really. I mean, I was like, fuck, that's amazing. So we got the chef thing, and we were like, there was only 12 people allowed to do this chef thing, right? And they got us in on it, and it was like $75 a person. So it was like a pretty expensive thing. So I'm thinking to myself, fuck, I can't tell this motherfucking chef, hey, by the way, I'm supposed to be gluten-free, dairy-free, no onions, no this, no that, whatever, right? So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do this one dinner thing, and I don't really give a fuck. So I went, and all these rich, older couples look at us like, why are you guys standing here? And the chef dude recognized us because my wife had been hounding them. Hey, man, where's our fucking invitation? We already paid for this shit beforehand. You know what I mean? We booked this shit back in April because my wife booked this shit back in January. She had planned this shit way back in January. So we got all these rich motherfuckers looking at us, and we go in, and they give us this little fucking glass of champagne. I'm not a big champagne person. Now, you want to throw a bunch of orange juice in that shit or mango juice? Fuck. Mimosa style, all right. I can tolerate it, but normally I'm like champagne, whatever. So I'm sipping this champagne like I'm going to nurse this bitch all night. You know what I mean? Like, I go like this, and there's like just a little bit there. I'm not even drinking it. I'm just acting like I'm drinking the shit, okay? Then they take us around the boat. They give us a tour of all the galley, the cooking areas, and this, that, and everything else. And they start bringing these appetizers to us. Now, I'm not a hoity-toity, eaty kind of guy. Like, that's like ghetto-ass food. You know what I mean? But I said, okay, you know what? Fuck, wife really is interested in this shit. Let's just do it, okay? I gotta tell you, I enjoyed it, though. So the first thing was this vegetarian thing that was like, it was a cube, but the cube had different colors, okay? It was like a Neapolitan ice cream looking thing, but they were like different compressed pancake types of vegetables that were like strained, squished, and all this other stuff added with this thing, chilled overnight, blah, blah, blah. So I eat it because everything, you know, all the stuff is small. You just one bite morsel. Okay. Like, that shit was good. I was thinking, fuck. Good thing I'm portion controlling everything because I'd be like, gonna eat that, you know, because some of these folks were like they were being rude. Like, nah, I'm not interested. I'm like, you just paid $75 for an experience, and you're like, nah, I'm not interested in vegetables. I'm like, okay, whatever.
So they wouldn't try it at all?
No, a couple ladies just
What?
Assholes.
try it. Yeah.
They passed?
They passed, and I
Give
was
me that
almost.
shit.
That's what I wanted to do. I was gonna be like, well, bitch, if you're not gonna eat it, and a couple of them. Remember, I said this was a drinking cruise. Remember, I told you there was a lot of drunk people. One couple in particular was really drunk. This chick, here's her hors d'oeuvre. Oh yeah, this looks good. Oops, I dropped it. So they give her another one. Okay. Do you think the bitch gets it figured out on that one? Nope. Oh, drops that one. I'm like,
Aw.
and I'm watching them fall like, oh man, those are delicious. What the
Oh.
fuck? Like, one looked like an ice cream cone. It had like a cone. It looked like a little waffle cone, right? But that was a vegetable, okay? It looked brown. It looked like a cone, but it tasted like carrots, okay? And it had tuna, and it had like a little egg on top of what I thought was an egg. But again, that wasn't what it was. It was actually like a mango puree that was done a certain way that it made it look like the yolk of an egg. So it looked like a little quail egg sitting on top. And it had some other stuff sprouted out of it. And I'm all right. I fucking eat it. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, my mind, like, I thought one thing. But then when I ate it, it was something completely different. But it was really delicious. And I was like, damn. I looked at the chef. I was like, damn. You're on point, son. You know, I was like, keep them coming, right? And so they gave us like fucking 5 appetizers. Then they walk us to our spot. And they sit us down. And they took a big group photo. And I was kind of creeped out because I was like, man, these are like those group photos that like later on you see like a killer like killing
The
people.
Romanovs.
Yeah, it seems like they're random or something. But because I talked to a person, they suspected maybe I got something. Anyway, it was really fucking surreal, right? So we sit down. They pour us some wine, and we have this French dude next to me. He's all, I want the red and I want the white also. And I'm like looking at him like, motherfucker, we don't know what the meal is, and you're like, I want the red and I want the white. So depending on what I'm going to eat, you know, that's what I'm going to sip with. And I'm like, damn, I have no idea what goes with what pairs. I said, give me the red, right? So they give me the red. I do good. I do the whole. Interesting. Very interesting. Very good. Delicious. Very good. Ooh, it comes back.
Nice,
Yes,
you
I like
bake
that.
well.
You know, and so I'm like, fuck, because I got friends that drink wine, so I watch them. And I'm like, yeah. I'm just like, and I watch my one friend, dude. He does this. He goes, like, you just see him make such a fucking like presentation and performance of smelling it, right? He goes,
the inhale.
and he goes like this. He does like this. I'm like,
What is
hey
it,
man,
Austin Powers?
I go, hey man, I got a fucking fart I'm about to let loose if you want to come over and do that shit right here, you know. So anyway, we're sitting there, and they bring the main meals out, right? And each one, I felt like I was on Iron Chef. I'm like, tell me, what is this? This is very interesting. What is this? And the guy's like, there's 3 types of duck. It's compressed. There's different sauces. You do this sauce, whatever. So I'm like, okay. So we're eating it. We get to the second to last, right? I look at all the lightweights around me. They're all doing this. Oh, I can't. And I'm all, suck it up. Come on, man. Soldier up.
Suck it up, pussy.
Because by this time we all know each other, okay? And a couple of people had like 3 or 4 glasses of wine. I still had my half glass of wine, right? And I'm like, well, they're drunk anyway, so I can let my natural, character out now because they're fucking drunk. They're not gonna give a fuck. And they're like, San Francisco, San Francisco, San Francisco, San Francisco, L.A., Florida, France, so like I was like, okay, fuck it. So I know where everybody's from. I know everybody's business. I know what everybody's doing on a cruise. Who's celebrating what? A whole 9 yards, right? So anyway, they're all starting to pussy out. Oh, I'm like, come on, suck it up. You can go back to your fucking cabin after, throw up, and start all over again.
Exactly.
Now that's the Rob we all know and love.
So they all start laughing, and we're all having a grand old time. And then the last thing was a dessert, and it was like multi-tiered, all kinds of craziness. And they knew me and my wife were celebrating our anniversary, so they brought another cake out in the shape of a heart.
Aww.
That was for anniversary. And then another one to our right was celebrating something else, so they brought them a different cake. And so it was just a real cool experience. And I was like, all right. And so we get down to dessert. My wife is all, oh, I'm so fucking full. I said, hey, vice stand, go back to the room and throw up. You're good, because I'm gonna give you some more alcohol, And she's like, no, I don't want to drink anymore. I said, okay, whatever. So the funny thing is, to summarize, our bill when we left, and that included buying some knickknacks for the kids and a shirt, a few other shirts, some other bullshit. Our bill leaving was like $325.
That's not too bad.
No,
Nice.
It was great considering we were going to do 150 and 150 for the all you can drink. So I was like, that's awesome. We came in under budget, And so these kids that I had been seeing a whole cruise just drinking like fucking fishes. They get for their bill, and I'm in this line. Wait, before that, I got to tell you this. So they had these bachelorettes, these white chicks, right? They had like the sash and a little crown, and oh look, I'm gonna get married, right? And had this salty ass black chick right behind them, and here we're standing. And I look to my left, and I see a thing that says "Fast to Fun," but I'm looking at the chick in front of me who's salty as shit, and I'm like, man, I really, I'm in a fairly good mood. I don't want to fucking get aggro. I'm not gonna say anything. I got patience. My wife, though, she goes.
Oh.
She sees the Fast and Fun. She goes, oh, there's where we need to go. And so the black chick goes, no. There's only one line. The white chicks go, oh, no, that's not true at all. There's only one line right now because none of us have the Fast and Fun. So that guy that's right there, he's dedicated for Fast and Fun. So you guys go talk to him. And the black chick goes, oh, okay, right? So anyway, so we're over there next to the guy, right? Well, the kids that I was telling you about was drinking like crazy. Dude, I'm watching them go like this. How much? And they're like, dude, I don't have enough. So they're all grabbing different credit cards and shit.
Oh my gosh.
They're like, their bill was so fucked up. So I wasn't done with them though. Okay, we get off the boat. We get before there, I got to tell you about this other black chick. So I got my luggage. I'm pulling my luggage, right? And I'm going down the center aisle towards the seats. All of a sudden, my thing snags, and I pull it, and the lady goes, excuse you. And I look at her, and she was sitting out with her fucking feet in the aisles, which I couldn't see when I was walking, right? So my thing went blump, blump over her feet. She goes, that's my damn feet. I said, well, fucking move your feet, And so she's all, man. So I'm like, shut up, Rob. Keep going. Because I was about to say, fuck, if you're not a dumbass bitch, you wouldn't put your fucking feet in the aisles where motherfuckers are rolling their fucking luggage, you dumbass bitch. But anyway, so I sit down. We get off the boat first. We get a cab driver because my mother-in-law, she blew her car up again, so she couldn't pick us up. So we're like, fuck it. So we hop a cab. This dude, like we left the boat at like 8 o'clock. We got to the airport at like 7:55. We got there like 7:55 because the dude was like warp speeding us. Like we went back in time. I was like, what the fuck? So this dude was driving so fast. I was like, wow. So $45 cab ride to get to the airport. Boom, here's your fucking money. Get off. We're sitting there. I'm like, great. We got fucking 5 hours before our flight. Okay, well, I guess we'll hang out. So we're hanging out because the mother-in-law, had something she really wanted to give us to bring home. We're like, okay, well, we have something for you and Dad anyway, so okay, we'll wait here. So we wait. Irene goes out, gives it. Who shows up? All those kids, all those fucking teeny bopping, young, fucking thugged out kids, you know, tweeny girls, whatever. They show up. They all stack their luggage up, and they're fucking salty. They're all mad, and the girl's like, "I'm hungry." One dude's like, "We ain't got no money." So he was like, "Why don't you call your mom and see if she got some money for you?" So I can't call my mom doesn't even know I was on a cruise. I'm like, oh my god. Wow. And then that same girl's like, how do I block my Facebook so my mom can't see the pictures that I'm being tagged in on Facebook? And I'm just like, oh my god, are you fucking serious? And the one dude, so they're like, yeah, we're gonna go grab a couple of rental cars. And I'm like, why are you guys sitting at the airport? You could have got rental cars at the port. You know, I'm thinking, that's weird. You're over at the airport. Oh, whatever. So two dudes take off, and one girl goes, you think they're going to come back? And the other girl's like, I hope so, because I don't have any money, and I'm hungry. And so I'm just sitting there going, damn, because the whole time I saw all of them, dude, every last one of them was like this. And like one girl, I heard her talking about she woke up on a dance floor with her fucking room card on her face. You know what I mean? Like, that's how fucked up.
Now that's fucked up.
Oh, no, they were, oh my god.
That's beyond fucked.
They were people that were just beyond, I mean, there are people I don't think they're going to remember the trip. Seriously.
What trip?
Yeah, exactly. So they get up at one point. They got two small cars. They go load up all this fucking. I'm like, why do you guys have so much fucking luggage? Like, we brought a luggage that was like this big, literally like this big by like this big. You know, your standard side that goes in an overhead, right? And these girls, they had like giant suitcases that were probably like this wide and about half my height that had wheels and big ass handles. And, you know what I mean? I was like, why do you have so much fucking luggage? I don't get it. You know, anyway, and so they go to fucking leave, and one chick saw in the bathroom change, and she comes out wearing, like, next to nothing. I'm like, oh, my Lord. I hope my daughters don't ever fucking put me through this shit, because this is fucking horrible. And so then Irene's mom comes, and she drops off these boxes, and I'm like, what the fuck? How the fuck? Now we have to check luggage, you know? So I go to check luggage. Oh, that's another $25. Cha-ching, go ahead, you know. And they're like, oh, we can only do 50 pounds. I'm like, yeah, okay. So I'm weighing the thing, and I'm like, ooh, 45 pounds. Yay for us, you know. So I take a couple of things out just to be on the safe side. I put it inside of mine. We get on a plane. We fly home, get picked up. We come back. Everything's fucking great. So, you know, that was all the highlight. The rest of it was just kind of eating, conversating, and, you know, alone time, hanging out, shit like that. No, we were worried about the kids so much because this is the first time we were like in another country where we were off from the kids. So whenever we had a chance, we were roaming in Mexico. In Mexico, we actually could use our cell phones. It was kind of crazy. We could do our text was unlimited and data was unlimited, but phone calls would have been like $3 or something. So we just fucking texted. You guys up? Everything okay?
Oh shit!
Did Godzilla stomp through the house? You know, and they didn't know we had like
wasn't me.
Friends and family watch. It was you, Tinchy. We know you're fucking rich. So we were sitting there. Our friends and family were texting us. Yeah, kids are fine. They're good. Everything's great.
They didn't know you had cameras on in the house.
Yeah, exactly. So they were like monitored, and they just ate real nasty food and hung out and had a grand time. Like we bought them like the teas, like the Arizona, like not Arizona. They're like lemon. It's like lemonade and tea. It's like, I forget the brand. It's like a black label, but the kids love it. So we bought them like fucking 4 bottles of that shit. We were gone for 3 days. We figured, yeah, one a day, one extra. Just to, man, they drank all 4 of that shit day one. You know, like they just went fucking crazy while we were gone. They just ate everything. And we came home and the house was too clean. I mean, the house was too fucking clean.
Yeah,
they had a house party.
You get the luminol.
No, they didn't have a party because the neighbors across the street were watching the whole time. But my kids were good though. They told us straight up, yeah, my friends wanted to come over. We told them no, can't come over. Yeah, my friend said, well, can you come over here? She's like, I told you I can't leave the house and nobody can come over. So why are you asking me if I can come over? Like they were telling me like whole stories of shit, and I was like, I know you didn't leave. How do you know? I have people watching you. You did? Yeah. I had Paul and them, Nina, Shane. I had
We had eyes on the house.
yeah, we had eyes on the
We had
house.
a
Bottom line.
geosynchronous satellite.
Yeah, exactly. So I called some Marine buddies, and yeah, you know, just made sure your shit was covered, just in case, you know.
Those
And the
kids that wanted you to come over, those weren't kids.
That's right. They were tests. They were tests. Hey man, heard you're home, dude. Let's throw a party. Nobody talks like that. Who the fuck
are
this?
you?
Again. Good job, dick shit. You scared my kids. Damn, I think they're
Now they really won't
fucking
come out.
stalkers. Yeah, they're like barricaded the house and shit. I come in there like, password, motherfucker, password. I'm your father. Yeah, that's what they all say, motherfucker.
That's exactly.
You come in and you see your KSG pointing at you.
It was ready. They knew they had it. They had access. It was ready, you know. But yeah, it was a good trip though. Me and the wife had a good time. Just we got to hang out and talk and make some plans and talk about some of the stuff that she's got working on, because she's gonna start a business. So we went through that whole rigmarole talking about that stuff. And so yeah, I mean, I saw Mexico and I was like, damn man, I could still do the shit that I do. And I could live down there like a fucking king. I mean, I was just looking at the prices of shit. I was like, this is retarded. I can live really well down here.
You can, and there's a different set of challenges.
Oh, I'm sure.
But you can. I know a couple people who do.
You know, I'd go down, the first thing I would do is hang out at the police department, make buddies, and give them all kinds of tips and shit. Be like, hey, man, I love that hat. Here's a $20, brother. I love you. You know, like, I know the police real well and be like, hey, man, I don't bring donuts. I bring twomps. Here you go. You guys like the 20s, so fuck, I'll make it rain for you fuckers. You know?
Hey, don't you already do that in Utah, though?
It's fucking dry. It's fucking dry here in Mexico. We need a little water. You know. Remember the name, Robert Ricks, motherfucker. Who loves you? Who loves you, baby? They call me Kojak. I'd be Kojak down there. Be like, that's Kojak. I'd shave my head. Hey, who loves you, baby? I'd be Kojak.
I was gonna say they can't call you Kojak. You got too much hair.
I can go bald. My wife just hates it when I go bald. Before I met her, I used to roll bald all the time. I went from really long hair to bald.
I cannot picture that suiting you.
Oh, I got pictures.
All right, you two. Okay. All right.
I got pictures where I was. Before I got fat, and the back of my head looked like a Shar-Pei. Before I got fat, I had a good-looking bald head. I used to have chicks that would compliment me. They'd be like, hey, you got a nice shaved head. I'm like, not just one. You know, so, you know, I used to have a good time, man. Bald headed. And then there was a time I rode like Roy. I used to have like a samurai do, where I had all the sides. I had the side shave, but I had the top long.
Like a top knot?
And then you would actually put it up here like this?
No, it would be back.
I actually used to wear mine on top all the time.
Yeah, I'd pull a ponytail dead center of my head. And it would hang like this, and it would hang backwards though. So it looked like
same here.
Yeah. And I liked that look. That was a fun look, you know. But then I started working for certain companies, and they were like, "You got a dress code," and I'm like, "Whatever."
Dog, wear a hat then. If you don't like that, you know, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, it was too big for a hat. I had too much hair, so I said, "Fuck it." You know, it's time for a fucking change. And my ex at the time was just giving me shit. She's like, "Can you cut your hair? Can you cut your hair?" I said, "Yeah, can you suck my dick a little more? You know, you say yes, and I'll say yes, and we're both happy. You know, okay, I'll try." Flip. No, I'm not going to. Fucking whore. All right, well, fuck. Whore doesn't get theirs today, I guess. Fucking asshole. So I cut it, and then you know, like if you go to grow your hair, there's this ugly phase that it goes through.
And it goes in every direction.
I can't go through it again. I tried like 5 times. I can't do it. The longest my hair can get is like that. And then after that, because I got wavy curly hair, it starts to do this shit.
I had the same hair and the same. You get the throw.
Yeah. It's like the motherfucking Medusa shit. I was like, fuck it. You know? So I'm like, all right. And my wife's happy because she's like, no, I don't want your hair ever long again. I tried that whole thing. You know, there is this thing that, the U.S. Army allows the scouts to grow their hair now because it allows them to be more stealthy and know what's on around them, because the hair is a living part of the body, and there's this conspiracy to make everybody have short hair because it's not the natural thing. And that's why they call it, oh, you're a hippie, but it's been proven. Go look it up. She's like, you're not growing your hair. I'm all, but I did all that research. should be worth something, right? She's like,
oh, I guess you get an extra blowjob this month, right?
Yeah, something, right? So like, no.
She goes, motherfucker, your beard makes up for the lack of the hair on your head.
I get shit all the time for it, and I go like this. I go, look, you get your eyelashes, you get, your hair, you get your nails, you get all that stuff. I don't say shit about none of it. So,
I don't, and it irritates the piss out of me why you can't just say, hey, it's a part of who I am, why are you discriminating? Like, I don't.
Yeah.
Especially with work.
Oh, I know.
Because some people can just grow beards. If they forget to shave, or if they work late and have to come back in, they look like a fucking lumberjack. Other people can't grow beards at all. Who the fuck?
What do you...
Who the fuck? Anyway, I know it's a whole different subject, but
yeah, sorry.
She stepped on the Nazi.
She got shots, and so I keep forgetting that she got her shots, and so whenever I go to pick her up, she's all, I'm sorry, sorry, I didn't realize that was the owie spot right there. Oh, right there's the owie spot.
Careful, or she'll start sig-hailing you again.
Oh, she always does that. She just can't help it. It's the natural thing of her paws. Like, if you go down here and you just raise it up, it's just this pivot thing that she does.
She can't
help it. She can't help it. She's part of the white race. I
know.
She's literally white.
She's whiter than white bread.
She's whiter than Tenchi. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I got some copper up top, so I make up for it.
It's rust.
Well, that's why you're so pale, because you're redhead. You're the redhead. Your skin is very pale.
Yeah, you wait until I go out in the sun. I'll come back looking like Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Yeah, you'll come back red. Then we'll call you a redneck.
I'm already a fucking redneck. Have you seen the amount of blades I've got? I'm like the antithesis of British. In Britain, it makes. In Britain it does. Have you seen the latest stupid laws they've decided on?
Yeah, the
zombie knives.
I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that for a minute?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
I heard you guys talking about what is that?
So here's the sad thing. There's really no clear-cut definition. So originally what happened was, I guess there was a few attacks where the blades.
One attack.
Okay, one attack where somebody had a zombie blade. That noxious
toxic green handle.
Yeah. So
it was branded. It was branded
as like a zombie blade. But
zombie tool.
Some fucking guy got his panties in a bunch and said, "Oh, you know what? Because it has things like zombies and stuff, it kind of encourages, deviant
violence."
Behavior." Yeah.
And
it's I see a green blade and I want to shank somebody.
And so, Tenchi, in case you're wondering, we have zombie branded ammo here, and we've had zombie branded ammo for a long time.
Oh yeah.
Well, it doesn't really matter because you can't get guns in the UK.
No, but I'm just letting you know that this is for America. This is not a new thing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the ban on zombie shit is a new thing because. But here's the problem. In their definition of it, it's fucking stupid. It goes
vague.
Yeah, vague. Vague is being specific. Okay, this is beyond ambiguous.
This is beyond vague.
It's kind of like
any length. It can be serrated or not serrated. It can be any color. But if it's a zombie knife,
so is it branded?
Yes.
No, it doesn't have to be a specific brand.
Oh, it doesn't have to be branded.
No, you could walk up. You could walk up with this. Okay, you could walk up with this, which we can all agree. There's nothing zombie. Regarding this, there's none of that green branding, no label, no nothing, right? It's a small little knife, okay?
I'm with you.
But they could sit there and say, oh, you know what? Because those little ridges on the back there kind of remind me of something, that's a zombie blade.
It's actually specifically the green handles they're going for.
No, not just that, because
that's one of the defining things they're using.
Yeah, that's one.
That's one of the features.
They could basically
highly ornate.
Oh, yeah, highly. Okay. okay, so that follows that, right? You can say that that's ornate. It's got stuff on it. So, I mean, the word ornate.
That's the sheath, though. They care about the sheath too.
Yeah, well, it's part of the knife. You know, the knife sits in it. So, I mean, that's how it's. There's nothing there to tell that you can say. No, that's not right. It's like, well,
okay,
it matches one of these.
This is the conviction of the Metropolitan Police issued in guidance about zombie knives. There is no specific shape or style, but they are very ornate and intended to shock. In varying lengths, often with a serrated edge, the knives carry logos or words that glamorize or promote violence. They can cause greater damage due to their size, even though the last one says varying lengths. I don't know. And they're currently being sold as collector's items online and in some shops. Knives could be considered status symbols to gang members.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, most of these zombie knives we have in the UK, I've had them in the past, could not cut bread.
Okay, so.
Yeah, that's a zombie knife.
Yeah, so we could look at this one and say, there's a bloody hand on it. It's got blood decoration along the back there.
It also says zombie war on it.
Don't you want to take that out and kill somebody with it now?
Well, those are usually so cheap.
This is.
And they're brittle. If you drop those, they'll break in half.
But I mean, for most people, they don't care about them. That's the thing. It's cheap and it's something that gang members can get a hold of en masse.
Well,
yeah, because they're like $5 on Amazon.
Well, this is the ironic thing. Yeah. In the UK, those knives cost around £20, so say $30 for argument's sake.
Oh wow, that's expensive.
Damn.
Now, here's how stupid this law is, right? I can go down to my local hardware store any day of the week, pick up an 18-inch machete, a 12-inch cam axe, and a claw hammer for the same price as one of those knives.
Claw hammers. Well, does this have anything to do with like the Geneva Convention and not supposed to have like notched bayonets and shit, or is this an extension of an existing law, or is this something that's brand new?
This is brand new. This is just the UK government being completely fucking retarded.
It's brand new, but actually, it's something they've been trying to get rid of knives in the UK for a long time because they've already gotten rid of the guns. Now if they can get everybody getting rid of their knives, then everybody's going to have bats. And then they're going to go after bats. And then they're going to go after chopsticks.
They got to get rid of boards.
Toothpicks.
The funny thing is, most of the UK press sources are already saying how laughable this legislation is. And honestly, I do not think it's going to last.
Oh, no. It can't. Not until they can seal their borders.
Well, it's getting so much flack from UK press that it is unbelievable. Every single UK newspaper is completely ripping the shit out of this legislation, saying how narrow-minded and pointless it is.
Well, yeah.
Well, this
puns aside.
Now, this is the daft thing. The tabloids who usually agree with the government are, in Britain's case, disagreeing massively.
So, okay.
Right.
Oh, no, sorry, I didn't mean to keep talking over your language.
It's okay, it's no big deal. I'm fine.
Yeah. So.
Go ahead.
So is this feel-good? So it's not feel-good legislation. This is just more erosion.
So a lot of times what you'll see happen is they'll do something ridiculous. Everybody says, "Oh, that's ridiculous," and so that's overreaching. They know that's not going to work, but it's still going to move the ball forward because what they'll do is they'll say, "Well, fuck, let's compromise. Let's go back to, can we say serrated blades more than 4 inches long, is agreeable that's dangerous? Yeah, okay, we'll ban those." And then later on, they'll ban something else. A little later on, they'll ban something else. But a lot of times they'll do this. It's like that Mexican fucking negotiations. Oh, let's go here. No, my friend, let's go here. No, my friend, let's go here. No, my friend, let's go. Okay, we're right here. Well, guess what? You still move the bullshit this far ahead. You know what I mean?
So okay? So you think that this is going to fail, but what they will do is sort of like with the assault
Exactly.
ban. They will list each of the features if you hold the knife back up, and you'll go, okay, well, what about the notches? Can we all agree common sense?
Yeah. Common sense.
Common sense.
Yeah.
That no knife should ever have notches. Well, we of course know no knife should ever have notches. That's fucking retarded.
It just weakens the blade.
But that doesn't mean that we should fucking ban that. We shouldn't ban it.
No.
Just don't buy it.
Yeah.
Don't be dumbass and buy it.
What they'll probably do is they'll put if you really want. So the funny thing is they're kind of going about things the wrong way. If you don't want something like a gun and you don't want things, then what you do is you kind of do what California is doing, where they're making it difficult to get the consumables, right? So come 2017, 2018, something like that, you have to get a permit or something from the state to buy ammo, right? Yeah. So you're like, okay, so what that does is it makes all the guys that buy shit online, they can't if you're in California, because if you're in California, you're going to say, well, we can't ship to you unless you show us a permit number or something. So what they'll do is they'll over-legislate everything to the point where what we take as common sense, go to Walmart, pick something up or whatever else, becomes this exercise and fucking circle jerk, with a razor blade. It's like, oh, it hurts too much, I don't want to do it, And so people either A, give up, some of the stuff they want, or they'll go to, black market and get it some other way. You know what I mean? But it's like, then at least if you're doing something black market, you're doing something sketchy, now they got something that can come after your ass. So, I mean, they got backup plans for backup plans for backup plans for backup plans on their agenda. So everybody thinks, oh, yeah, we're winning. Oh, we're losing. Oh, we're winning. We're all going to fucking lose, because it's like a 3-year-old playing chess with a grandmaster. They already know what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. The only thing that stops them outright is these variables along the way. It's kind of like, I hate to quote the reference that Al Gore said with the whole global warming shit, but if you put a frog in the hot water, it jumps out, okay? But if you put a frog in water and you slowly turn that heat up, eventually it's going to boil the frog and the dumb shit fucking dies, right? So that's what they're doing. They're basically slowly pushing agendas through to meet, things like Agenda 21 and some of these other issues.
Erosion.
Yeah, what they want. They want to go back. They want us to go back to being serfs, but they can't just do that shit overnight. It's got to take some time. They got to brainwash. They got to, indoctrinate people into certain ideologies, and that way they're all happy to do it. This whole 40-40-40 shit. It's like, oh yeah, I work 40 hours for 40 years, and then I got 40% of money to fucking live on. It's like, it's stupid, but that's the paradigm that everybody fucking lives in. It's like, yeah, I'm going to school. I got my degree. Okay, great. Now you're working in a fucking cubicle for the rest of your fucking life, miserable as shit. You hit that glass ceiling. You can't promote beyond any further because all the nepotism and all the other relations that you don't have, you're not going to get into the big boy club. And then you end up retiring and you fucking hate life and you don't know your wife anymore because you didn't have the time to spend with her to rekindle the relationship, and your kids don't know you, and it's just fucking horrible. It is this, and it's all by design. If it was accidental, that's one thing, but all of this shit is by design, and that's where there's a disconnect. People go, oh no, who could plan like that? Gee, who could plan like that? You realize a lot of this shit has been planned since the stuff happening right now was on a table in the 40s and the 50s. Okay? Just imagine the shit they plan now for when it gets to the 40s and the 50s of the 2000s. It's
the only difference is the stuff that they're planning now most likely isn't going to come into fruition because it's not sustainable anymore.
Oh, of course, but even that. That's even that's planned because, look, you guys might have heard of the Amero. That was a coin that they were talking about. Oh, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. They were talking about.
They actually had some printed up.
That's right. Some actual minted up coins for the Amero that was supposed to be for North America, Canada, and Mexico. Right, all one North American Union. Right.
So like a version of the euro, basically.
What's that?
Basically, another version of the euro.
Right.
Is
Exactly.
that like if NAFTA had done better instead
Right.
of NAFTA just being a screw up of us?
Right. Right. But if you look, the infrastructure is already being built. They've got these corridors that go straight through the middle of the country that, truckers use, and they've got,
Oh, yeah, I know.
yeah, they've got the infrastructure in place. So they keep.
I could tell you all about it.
Oh, I'm sure you could.
You've seen my resume.
The problem is, though, Chance, we
what?
haven't got
Chance,
24 hours.
I don't know you're talking about, Chance. I don't disclose personal information. So, it's like you look at it and you look at what's going on, and it's funny because, this elections, for example, everybody's like, oh, Trump, oh, Hillary. I'm like, I'm not worried about either one of them because they're both going to be jokes, because what's going to happen is either one of them are going to get elected, and that's when a shoe is going to drop. And no one's going to care who the fuck they were, because that's why you want the proof of the pudding. They're totally inconsequential because they're a scapegoat at best, or totally inconsequential at worst, because
the ball's going to drop no matter what.
Yeah, it's going to happen because, as Chance pointed out, this world in America and probably even in the UK is not sustainable. There's too much waste. There's too much
fraud, too much abuse.
Yeah, there's just too much of everything that's just not sustainable. So you're gonna go through this pain point. My son, it's ironic as shit we're having this conversation because last night we went and watched Mechanic Resurrection, which was a totally mindless, entertaining piece of shit, amazing movie. It was great. It was great. It was a throwback to our great old 80 action movie. One-liners, action, kicking all the way, defying all the rules of physics. Fuck it. Throw all that shit out the window. Just enjoy yourself. That's
High body count.
Oh, God, yes. It was amazing. Me and my kids, we watched it. We loved it. The theater was practically empty. All the snooty motherfuckers. There's no reviews. I'm not. Fuck off. Then don't watch it, But we watched that. We come home. He had his best friend spending the night, and they watched Purge again because his friend hadn't watched Purge. And Zach's like, you got to watch this movie. It's fucking great. So they watched Purge. 12-year-olds. 12-year-olds watching this shit, and I'm just shaking my head. I'm such a bad influence. So anyway, this morning, actually, I think it was
the worst movie to watch.
No, hang on. Hey, Zach, when did you ask me about? It was this morning, huh? You asked me the question about depression, huh? Okay. So this morning,
nice.
I'm sitting there working, and my son says, "Hey, Dad." I go, "Yeah, good boy." He's all, "Do you think we're gonna have another Great Depression?" I go, "Fuck yeah." He goes, "Is it gonna be bad?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Are we gonna lose our house?" I'm like, "I don't know. I doubt it. I don't think so. I don't think that's how
there would
it's
have to be somebody to take it."
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I said I don't think it's gonna be that kind of a depression.
Yeah,
I think it's gonna be something different. And I said if we were living in the inner cities and stuff like that, I'd be concerned. But we don't. We live in suburbs, which is a couple of steps better. It's not ideal, but depending on how things go, we may or may not be here. It all depends. I said, but if it starts to get that way, you'll know because I'll be training you on how to shoot from a window and a bunch of other stuff. So you'll know ahead of time, son. Don't worry about it. And so he goes, okay. And he just goes in, starts playing games. But it was just ironic because he brought that up, today. And it's like, I think these elections are going to be the harbinger. I've been watching the financial markets. It's like, it's ridiculous. There's no reason. Like, we lost 23 points. And I'm like, 23 fucking points, and you guys, oh my fucking lord, we're at 18,000 something. We should not be anywhere near that, right?
Well, remember, we were down to like 900, and then everyone's like, "Oh, this is the new normal. Okay, everything's fine. We're at 900."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, this is sustainable, and everything's fine and normal." But what's 900? Well, it doesn't matter. 900 is the new normal.
Right.
And then they wave the wand and pull the strings, and nobody knows what the fuck happened. And all of a sudden, it's more than doubled, and everyone's like, "Yay!" and patting each other on the back. But what the fuck does it mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, so Reagan had a group. It's supposed to be a secret group that was supposed to keep an eye on the stock markets and manipulate the markets in the event that they all started to crash down. So that's why a lot of times when you see the market go crash down, you'll start to see these rapid. I mean, you see shares, the numbers of shares. Holy, see, that's what I look at. I don't necessarily look at the numbers. I look at the volume, and the volume is really what tells you what's going on because, you know, sometimes you'll see bad news, and then the market will go down. You'll see a ton of volume, and you're like, okay, that's normal. That's everybody panicking. Everybody knee-jerk reaction. Oh, the sky's falling. Fucking sell, 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 right?
Or the software's running its scripts.
That's right. Or the software has little thresholds that are tripped, and they go, bloop, 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 and the guy's like, oh shit, I forgot I put that in there. But
we're broke, honey.
Yeah, I had a few friends that would go in and put these little, thresholds to do things, and they were all happy. And then remember that one market drop? Remember the one market drop where everything went down by 1,000 for like a few minutes, and then boop, oh sorry, that was a glitch. Well, for a lot of people that had those thresholds in places, that was not a glitch. That was reconciled back in their favor. But
it was a glitch in the matrix.
Well, no, it was somebody going, "Oops! Oh fuck! I pushed the wrong button. I wasn't supposed to push that one yet." But you see all this anonymous. Oh, watch out for anonymous. And I'm like, holy shit! Are you fucking kidding me? And when I was doing the stuff with the white hat hacking, and I was doing stuff with different cybersecurity guys that I was interacting with, man, we were sitting around one day just talking the craziest shit. Like, it's like, oh, what do you think about anonymous, CIA? What do you think about? We're like, it's all fucking bullshit, and it's like everybody's sitting there. Oh, look, he's got the V for Vendetta mask, and I'm like, oh my god, are you serious? And just watching all this shit go down, I'm like, so this is just the most brilliant theater. It's just fun to sit back and watch it and go, so yeah, look how good their game is. It's so good.
Just fiction.
Yeah, but it's so amazing how good they are. Like they'll do an event and they do it sloppy on purpose. So you get the truthers that go, oh look, if you Photoshop this, you see, look, this is layers and everything. And it's like, yeah, I understand that it's layers. They left that in there on purpose. So now you're distracted and you're causing all of this, and then all these other little repeaters are repeating it. All the while, this hand's doing this doing this, but what you didn't see was this hand right over here slowly sneaking up behind you.
It's a zombie tool.
Yeah, it's a fucking zombie tool, not a good zombie tool either. You think a fucking neon
it's gonna
green
break.
Would fucking but no, it's funny because I just sit back and watch, and it's like, I have friends that are like, yeah, Obamacare, it's a good step in the right direction, and blah blah blah, and I have other friends that blah blah blah. I'm just like, you guys are all sheep. No, they're beyond sheep. Like they're smarter, but it's like you need to have almost like 4 other categories of people, right? So the very worst would be zombies, okay? And those are the ones, those are the ones just walking around like this, totally oblivious to fucking anything, right? They're the ones in a Target going,
They're in the Target?
Yeah.
They're looking for the bathroom?
No, they're in a Target just
doing selfies.
Yeah. I see kids selfies everywhere. It don't matter. And here's but look, it's all, see, look, check this out. It's all done by design because now you go to retail. Retail says we'll reward you. Put a selfie up, put a hashtag letting us know.
Oh.
Right? So now, so they're all doing this, but guess what they're also doing?
They do that at convention shows too, and they track you.
Yes. Everything is now going in. They're learning your patterns. They're learning your migration past. They know everything about you.
Yep.
And everybody's just like this Edward Snowden movie coming out. You had they got these trailers now in the movie theaters where Ridley Scott, I think that's the director, he's sitting there with his cell phone and he's all, this is an amazing thing. It allows you to have conversation with people around the world. It allows you to order pizza while watching amazing cat videos. It does this, but it also monitors everything you do, everything you say, all your things, and it could burn you to the ground. But don't believe me. But for everybody else in the audience, do us a favor and turn off your phone. And it's like that ad really kind of freaked me out because it's like it's almost like him saying, "Hey, here's the truth. I'm looking like I'm making an ad for my movie," but the way he says it at the end, turn it off. It's almost like you got friends that are hanging out. It's like, "Hey, Roy, make sure you get that chocolate cake." You know what I'm talking about? Chocolate cake. And he's like, "Yeah, I got you." And
There
somebody
was
else was like, what the fuck are chocolate cake? You're not just so happy about chocolate cake, you know? God, are
There's
they
an-
fat?
Because it's fresh. Because it's fresh from an Amsterdam coffee house.
Oh,
There was-
nice.
There was an ad like that for Gone in
Hey,
60
man.
Seconds in the movie theater,
Uh-huh.
where it's like, I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, but
Oh,
we're all
yeah,
sitting
Gone
there
in-
to watch
oh,
Gone
yeah.
in 60 Seconds, and it's like,
Yeah.
every 60 seconds a car gets stolen. Like,
Yeah.
hopefully,
Yeah.
it's like, fuck you, movie.
You're like, wait a minute. How long is this movie? Holy shit, my car is exposed for 75 times. Oh, my God, I got to get out there, you know?
It's like, the people that made this movie are assholes.
That's right. But it's you know, that's
But
the thing.
yeah.
So, you know, they talk to shadow government. And one of the things that a lot of folks will say is, well, the Illuminati, they love to operate in broad daylight and basically tell you what's going to happen with movies and songs and shit like that. And, you know, basically to let you know, hey, we're going to fuck you.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
We're going to fuck you. No, see that movie right there where you guys are all fucked in that post-apocalyptic fucking wasteland? Oh, that video game you're playing? Yeah, especially that was seven days, you know, whatever. Oh, yeah,
7 days to
get used-
die.
That's right. Get used to that shit, motherfucker, because one day you're going to wake up butt naked with some shorts on with nothing but your hands, and you're going to have 7 days to fucking fight off a horde of zombies, you know? It's like, okay. You
And
know,
if you try to do anything about it, everyone else is going to make fun of you.
that's right, because you're a conspiracy nut. That's how brilliant they are. You know, even
Hey,
here's a,
I live in
here's a-
Britain. 90% of the people are zombies.
look, here's the thing. Yeah, well, you know what's funny? That we all think that. We all like to think, oh, we're the 10%, and all the rest of these fucking idiots are walking around oblivious. The funny thing is, they're saying the exact same shit about us. Okay, so there's actually a lot of smart people, but the problem is with the layers of misdirection and the layers of just mind control, just subtle things that they do. You're kind of like, what the fuck? Like this whole Mandela effect. Like I'm really, really like, is this a control psyop? Is this something that they're doing just to fuck with us, right? Because my friend Colin, my friend Colin, and I was like, oh wait, anyway, my friend Colin, we're sitting there
It's okay to
talking.
say Colin's name.
Yeah, my friend Colin.
You won't kill us.
he
My friend Colin Bime.
he hits me up on the phone the other day. Like he goes like this, bro, I got a question for you. And I already knew right from his tone, because he called me. He called me at a weird time, first of all. So I go, hey, what's up, man? He's all, bro, I gotta ask you a question. I'm like, oh fuck, here we go. Somebody just discovered the rabbit hole. I'm like, what's up? He's all, okay, I'm gonna ask you a couple of things, and I'm just curious if like what you remember. Okay. So he starts asking me stuff, right? And I'm all, yeah, I remember it as a certain way. He goes, dude, because Colin's got a photographic memory. Like, we used to run this scam on girls where we'd say, okay, we'd be in a club, and I'd be like, okay, you know what? Whisper your phone number to my friend's ear as fast as you want. And then in an hour, if he can remember it and give it to me, then I can call you. And then we'll, take it from there. She's like, oh, okay. So she'd go, and we'd be hanging out. And I'm like, hey, dude, it's been an hour. Tell her the phone number. And he's all 415-555-3321. She's all, holy shit. And I'm like, a deal's a motherfucking deal. I'm going to call you, And she'd smile. Okay, whatever. And so there'd be times like I'd be getting ready to go on a date, and I'm like, hey, dude, we drove through the city. Where's the closest flower shop? And he'd literally do this. Let's see if we go over here. And there's a flower stand right off of Market and 3rd, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? And I'd drive over there. Oh shit, there is one right fucking here, and I'd get flowers. So we're sitting there talking. I go, hey dude, you remember James Bond? He goes, yeah, I watched. I said, what with Jaws? He goes, yeah, I remember it. I go, do you remember the girl when James Bond the Jaws fell in the elevator and the girl helped him up? He's like, hang on a second. Oh, yeah. And then she smiled, and she had the braces and shit. I go, yeah, she had braces, right? He goes, yeah. I go, dude, she doesn't have braces now. He goes, oh, my God, are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Like, he starts, like, he's short, like, he's fucking freaking out. Like, I'm past that whole freak out point. Like, I freaked out for one day. I was like, God damn it, Denny, because Denny at fucking Carry Customs was the one that hit me in a fucking message. He's all, dude, did you know about this? Look up Mandela effect. I'm like, what the fuck? And I looked it up, and I fell in a rabbit hole. And I'm like,
you mean the guy who's doing my scales for me?
Yes, Denny. So
nice
anyway,
guy.
yeah, he's a great guy. He's fucking, I love that dude. But fucking
knows how to hook a brother up.
Colin starts freaking out, right? And he's all, how long you known about this? I said, fuck, I don't know, a month? Fuck, maybe 2 months now? I don't know. I go back and look. We've been talking about it, you know? But, you know, so I'm like, but there's part of me that goes, okay, but is this by design? Is it really, like, part of me is like, okay, misdirection. Like we're on the boat and this guy was doing tricks, right? He was doing all kinds of magic tricks, and I'm watching his hands. I'm trying to see stuff. And he pulled it over. Like I couldn't explain. I can only explain one of his tricks, but the rest of them I was like, magic, got it. I don't know, illusionist. He got me, you know. So I gotta wonder with technology the way it is, you know what I mean? Because what you know, it's not like I don't have that old copy of James Bond laying around. Oh wait, I do have it. Actually, I do have a copy of that James Bond one. So anyway. Yeah, because I was like, you know...
Well, Dark Matter probably went and erased me or something.
Well,
fucking
okay,
dark
so...
matter.
Yeah, so, well, Dark Matter, fucking... Whatever. My point is... The only thing that blows my mind, okay, is the shit that we think is futuristic right today, right now, the military has had for at least 20 years, okay? A lot of private organizations have technology in their hands right now that would just boggle the mind.
Well, and NASA's probably had it for longer.
Yeah. Well, NASA is part of the government. They probably helped concoct it with their German scientists, Nien Heil. So, you know, it's like...
Hey, we have to appreciate German engineering.
Well, we do, because that's fucking...
Because our shit would fall apart otherwise.
Well, fuck, come on. I enjoy Russian fucking machinery. I mean, there's a lot of superior shit that's out there. My point is,
the best
a lot
Russian
of our
machinery is vodka.
No, I'd say the best Russian machine is an AK-47, but that's just me. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I was gonna say this. We're talking about German, and we're talking about the Sturmgewehr, but
yeah, but you know, it's funny because everything that everybody thinks is the truth, when you start to peel away the bullshit wrapping paper, you realize there's a lot of lies we've been fed forever. You know,
what the fucker is that? A soda bottle? That better not be soda.
It's water. It's Arrowhead. You just can't tell.
Yeah, there you go.
No, there you go.
Yeah, it's fucking water.
I have that exact water bottle in my hand. I mean, it's not the one you're drinking, but you know. It's on sale. So Arrowhead was four for $10.
Okay, if you want about good German and good Russian machinery, what's the British machinery?
Right?
Yeah, 4 cases for $10.
Yeah, that's good. That's a great
I got
price.
a story about that.
That's a great fucking price. What were you saying, Tenchi?
I was going to say, if we're talking about German and Russian technology, what's the best thing Britain's come up with, apart from retarded fucking laws?
I think Britain came up with...
Navy.
No, they came up with... what is that cookie? There's a cookie you guys have, I think you guys invented. Biscoff? Is that British?
No, that's not British.
Oh, Biscoff's not?
No.
Biscotti, you mean?
Biscotti.
Biscotti's Italian.
Yeah, it's Italian.
Shortbread. Shortbread is Scottish. Shortbread's Scottish.
Tea?
No, that's China. China.
Yeah.
Well, fuck. Sorry, Britain. You ain't got shit except slavery and colonies.
I'm the best thing Britain's come up with.
Well, probably. I got it.
Y'all are really fucked then.
Yeah.
No. The British have the Royal Navy.
Me and Denny are the best thing Britain's come up with.
I've always had a lot of admiration for Britain's Royal Navy until they decided to get rid of it. But before then, they had the best navy in the world.
Well, you know,
so
what is it? MI6? Is that their version of intelligence?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it is.
So MI6 is fairly competent. I haven't heard anything negative from my friends in regards to the intelligence industry. Let's see, Mossad is Israel, right?
Yeah.
That's another one that's supposed to be pretty good. I forgot South Korea. South Korea has one that's supposed to be pretty decent as well.
I do want to pick one thing out. How about Tim Berners-Lee? Do you know who he is?
Tim who?
Tim Berners-Lee,
No.
graduate from Oxford, who created the World Wide Web. You know, the internet. You know.
Oh,
Allegedly.
I mean.
Oh,
Well,
you know what?
No, the
Actually,
allegedly is the ones that in America who say that. Oh, I can correct you.
no, you know what? You know what? So you just reminded me of something. There was a movie called Invitation Game. You guys seen it?
Nope.
Oh my lord! So it has the guy that plays Sherlock Holmes, and he's also going to be Doctor Strange in the upcoming Doctor Strange.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah, Benedict, right? So there was this Enigma code during World War II that the Germans had that nobody could break. Well, this dude and a few other people that helped him actually made the very first inkling of a computer that helped them break the fucking code. And it was a cool movie, but it's fucking depressing as shit. I mean, it was fucked up because Homeboy was gay, and at that time, gay folks had it real bad in England. Okay, if you were gay, they called you poofers or something, and it was illegal as shit. Like you would go to prison for that. Okay, and so they told this dude, yeah, you're gonna go to prison for 2 years, or you get medically castrated. They were medically castrating them so that their willies wouldn't fucking work. That's just not funny, Tenchi. That's horrible.
Tenchi has a weird sense of humor.
It's fucking horrible, guys. I was like, and I felt so bad for him because he's like this. He was trying to work on his computer, and he was just had this really. It was really a sad movie, and he ended up killing himself later on. But he and his machine broke Enigma, and they saved countless fucking lives. And he couldn't tell anybody about it because it was the uber secret, you know. But according to that was one of the first steps towards actual artificial intelligence. Yeah, and computers. So that was during World War II. So stop and think about that. That was what was happening over in England, and that was hush hush and, you know, black ops, and nobody knows about it for 50 years. And then like 50 years later, they, you know, gave him an honor after he was fucking dead. But
posthumously.
You know, yeah, exactly. But it was interesting though. I mean, it was a sad movie. Like, and it was funny because I watched it while I was on a cruise. It kept on repeat. So I saw the ending, then I saw the beginning, and then I saw the middle. Then I saw the middle, and that was over the course of like fucking 2 days, you know. But when I finally saw all of it in context, I was like, oh man, that's fucking horrible. That's a fucking horrible movie. But it was interesting though because the guy was super brilliantly smart, you know.
Hey, Tenchi. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, I am.
Do you know? Is Scotland is part of British Isles, right?
Yes.
Right. And you know who Robert Watt is?
No, probably not.
he's a Scotsman who invented radar.
About the only Scotsman I know. Well,
I'm just saying he was a Scotsman who invented radar. So British came up with radar, which is kind of important, right?
Okay, what have they come up with recently that's decent?
Come on now, it's in the internet.
They came up with Stonehenge.
Well, fucking internet's a huge deal.
Probably the biggest thing on the planet, you know. I mean, it's not a big deal.
The internet's not a big deal. I just spend every waking moment on it because I've got nothing better to do.
Yeah, I know you spend every waking moment on it.
Don't we all?
I think we all have a little bit of a Jones for the internet. What's up, Magic?
That's not true, Roy. I was off it for half an hour earlier when I was making bacon sandwiches.
You know damn well if you could have a fucking cybernetic eye put in that would allow you to be connected to the internet 24/7.
If I could plug it right in the back of my head, I would. I'd be like,
King
Rob,
Theo.
RK45, right in the spine.
Hey,
Rob,
That's
I
right.
don't need something to connect me to the internet because my phone case is a stand. I just stood that next to the cooker.
So, yeah, well, that's my point, though. It's like if
So
you
you
could,
weren't actually
like,
away from the internet.
I guarantee you, you'd sit there, take a shit, and you're like this on your phone while you're taking a shit. I bet every last one of us goes in the bathroom, takes a shit, and has their fucking phone doing something to occupy their time while they're squeezing them off.
Actually, I can't do that in my house. Because
Why?
Because the shitter is the one room in the house that doesn't get an internet signal.
Whoa.
Whoa!
That's interesting.
You got a Faraday cage bathroom?
Yeah, that's actually
You got a
interesting.
lead-lined bathroom?
Interesting, Titchy.
Well,
Keep that shit in mind.
The plot fucking
Literally.
Yeah. Keep
Well, the
that
thing-
in mind. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, my house is like 300 years old.
fucking EMP-proof shit.
Are you serious? Is that fucking old? You have like
Yeah.
a fucking castle?
And some of the wiring in this house is not the modern kind of wiring; it's the old lead
It's not
wiring.
shielded. Yeah, you're not shielded. So you
Yes,
got,
the
okay.
old
Yeah,
lead
that's-
stuff.
Okay. So you've got a lot of EMF going on. You got a
Wait,
lot of
does that mean he
electromagnetic
is shielded? That means
What's
he is shielded.
No,
I
it's
mean-
not. It's not shielded if it's all fucking right.
It's all lead.
Shielded.
No, but that
Shielded
makes
Wire
him
right there is
shielded.
probably shielded pretty well.
No, but because of all the lead and the friggin' copper in the cabling in the walls,
Okay,
the
so here's
shitter
the
is literally the one room that
Okay,
cannot get any
so-
signal.
So here's the question. Regardless of phone, regardless of, noxious fumes from somebody taking a shit, do you ever go in there feeling lightheaded, dizzy, nauseous, anything like that in there?
Nope, thank goodness.
All right. Well, then.
And
it's
He
it
not-
is-
might not have a sensitivity to EMF.
Yeah.
And it's certainly,
He's not force sensitive at all.
Dead wires.
Yeah.
I'm British. I'm not sensitive at all.
Except for sun. Oh, the sun burns us. It burns us, master.
It burns his precious.
It takes me a while to burn, actually.
Really? You lucky bastard.
Takes
I'm
me a-
fucking burned so bad now. You know
I
what I
mean-
blame, though?
When
I
I
was a
do burn,
kid-
I do burn bad, but it takes about 6 or 7 hours for me to actually
Oh,
accumulate
see. Yeah, you're
sunburn.
fucking, you're
That's
awesome.
because
If I
the
go out-
sun doesn't directly touch your little island that you live on.
Oh, it does. Trust me, we had
No,
full
it-
sunshine earlier this week.
No, the sun doesn't actually. Oh my!
He
He
has to
doesn't
get his way
understand.
through all that fog.
Because you're a redhead, didn't it?
Yeah, that's got a lot to
He's not
do
a
with
red-
it.
He's not a redhead. He's a ginger. There's a difference.
See, I gotta fucking
Well,
explain
wait,
to
is
him how the
it because
planet.
gingers have no souls that they don't
Yes,
burn?
that's at least part of it.
Right.
Okay.
That is part of it.
Okay.
What's a soul?
His soul is stuck in the bathroom with the EMF.
It's like I have a longing. It keeps pulling me there. I don't know why. It's your body saying, "Get your soul back. Get your soul back."
What soul? I never had one.
Well, then you'd be like this. That's how you'd be with
That's
no
how
soul.
most of them look. Scares the fucking shit out of me. They'll just stare at you, and it's like, why do they do that? Oh, they're gingers.
You talking to me?
I don't know. I know a couple of fucking ginger chicks. They are more lively than just about.
They are redheads then. They're not gingers.
They're red-
There's a difference.
Oh, okay.
My
They're the
step-
same fucking thing, you racist.
No,
No, they're not.
Wait,
No, they're
wait,
not.
is-
My
is-
stepsister.
You call him racist because he's judging off the color of hair? Is that what do you call a hair? Follicle? Follicided? I don't know.
He's follicidal.
I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. I was trying to make up a fucking word that sounded like a homicidal redhead. Ginger follicidal. I don't know.
Follicidal.
He's gingest.
Ginger
He's
side.
gingest.
Ginger side.
Ginger side. There we go. Thank you.
That sounds like either ginger snaps or ginger ale. If you put these
Isn't there a scary movie called Ginger Snaps? I can
Yeah,
swear
there
there's
is.
a scary movie called Ginger Snaps.
There's two. There's two of those fuckers.
ginger snaps too.
Hey,
You would know, wouldn't you, Nancy?
Hey, I meant to tell you guys. So I did the test today for the Viax, and I'm actually editing it. I edited it up till I jumped on the call. I got carried away editing it. But holy shit. It was fucking nasty because what happened was I took the pig head out once before, and it was super hot. And I said, fuck, I'm not using it. So I put it back in the fridge. Okay? Well, unbeknownst to me, that already started a zombification process of this fucking head. Oh my god! I took this fucking head out and I looked at it and I'm like, oh my god, I don't know. I might have to put this fucking video off because this head is fucking gnarly. It's like oozing. Oh, it was fucking gross. Okay, so I took my goggles, I put them on because I said I'm not getting swine flu off this shit, you know. And I made sure I kept my mouth closed. I'm like, because I did not want to get any of that shit, anything that could get me, right.
Dude, why didn't you just wear your mask?
You have that mask.
I know, but it's fucking.
You should have run when you had the chance.
It's hot as fucking Satan balls outside, and I have to put this other, like, you have to put like another mask underneath it that basically holds the beard back and covers it all down so the mask sits right. Otherwise, the mask sits here and has all this fucking beard singing out the bottom. Looks
just
stupid.
Ask the butcher. The butcher person probably has a bunch of extras. Don't they have?
The butcher spot is like an hour away where I get my pig heads from. It cost me $15 per head, but I had this one, and this one was bought. This one was paid for. So this pig head's is already named. It's Napoleon. So I'm like, okay, well, fuck, I have Napoleon here, and the guy paid for it, so I'm gonna fucking use it. So I went out, and like, I don't know what it was about today, but the whole backyard ground was just covered in fucking yellow jacket and hornets. I walked out, and it all, I'm like, what the shit? I'm like, oh, fuck, this is going to be fucking horrible. And they were down on the ground, and they were fighting, and I realized what happened. The last time I had pig head out there, I had chopped off a bunch of bits and pieces, and there were still some sitting out there. And this is months ago, like a month ago. And they were all eating this old, rotted pieces of meat on the ground, and they were covering them. So you would see little thing like this, but it was just covered in fucking hornets, okay? And so I'm like, damn, that's reason number 2. I don't know if I should do this fucking video today because I don't want to get eaten up by these motherfuckers. Because every time I took a step, they just came up, and I'm like, damn, there's a lot of them out here. So I said, fuck it, I gotta get to market fast on this video because nobody else has any videos of this fucking axe or trench hawk or fucking hatchet, whatever you want to call it. I talked to Craig and him about that, and they're like, yeah, we know, but we wanted to call it the Biax. That's why we call it the Biax. I said, fuck it, works for me. So anyway, I go and I get it all set up, and I do my wood. You know, I chop the wood, I chop rope, I chop shit, you know. Then I put the pig head up. Huh?
Did you wood?
Yeah, it ate wood. It ate wood. It ate the wood quite nicely. And
Both sides? Both sides?
Yeah. No, the backside, oh my god, I nearly broke a camera with the back one. So I took a spike, and I hit it, and the wood stuck. So I just said, fuck it. I hit it again. The wood exploded, and wood fragments flew out and hit the camera in front. And then it hit that camera, and it went whack, and it hit like the metal table. Boom, like that. I said, oh, fuck, I think I broke my camera. I walked around, looked at it, and it had like a scratch on the lens. I was like, oh, fuck. So I buffed it, and it looked okay. Put it back in rotation. I checked the video. Looked good. So we're good. And so anyway, I hit the pig head. Whack, and it goes whack. It sticks in there, right? And I go to pull it out, and it's all like, and for a second, I was like, damn. And the guy that told me to use pig heads, the first guy, he didn't say frozen pig heads. He said use a regular pig head. It's the closest thing to a human being. And I said, how do you know that? He said the forums that we belong to, everybody that has been chiming in knows what they're talking about. Great. So a pig head
Cambodia
is close to, you know, a human head. And I'm like, okay. So I hit this fucking thing, whack, and it hits in, and it goes squish, squish, and it's stuck, and I'm like, oh my, and it had like the suction. I'm like, god damn, this is like a real fucking thing. Oh my god. I'm like, and I'm sitting there, and I get, like, it was so close to like a human being, like it scared me, like my heart started speeding up, and I started looking around guilty, like is anybody watching me? Like anybody watching me? And sure enough, fucking guy on the side here, he stood on top his car to watch across my fence, right? And I look at him, and I'm all, hey, what's up, man? He's all, what you doing? I said, just testing this out. I have a YouTube video. He's like, okay, cool. And he stayed there. He just watched me fucking brutalize his fucking head, right? Then I look on the other side. There's these guys. They're jumping up and down on a trampoline watching. Okay, the guy behind me, the guy right here, he's got his little dog with like you'll hear a dog on a video just constant. And I was like, fuck, I wish I had that dog right here.
Well, yeah.
Fucking thing won't shut the fuck up.
I talk about the dog because it goes
and then
with
the next
music sometimes.
And then the next thing that happens is an unmarked black helicopter flies over Rob's house.
Oh, they always happen. What'd you say, Chance?
Oh, I talk about the dog sometimes because he barks with your music.
Oh.
For the longest time, I thought that you played like metal music with a dog like dubbed into it.
No.
Because that's what it sounds like.
It's that fucking dog right there. So this fucking asshole comes out. You never noticed it?
I notice shit like that, as you guys have figured out.
Yeah, I'm glad most people don't notice because I try to put the music loud enough and drop my volume enough where you don't hear this annoying dog. Because dog's all constantly, just doesn't shut, and he's up on the fence. And I'm like, okay, one of these days you're going to break through the fence, and then what, motherfucker? You know what I mean? What are you going to fucking do, really? Because it's a fucking, one of them fucking little dogs. So anyway, and my dog just looks at it like, dude, seriously? What's your fucking problem? You know, anyway, so...
I hear it all crap all the time. It's probably why I didn't notice it.
It's like, so you might be immune to it. With the music going and it's enough, the dog is constant that it just blends in with the fucking music like
it
on
does.
time.
It goes, the dog barks along with the music.
Yeah, and it's a pain in the ass because I'm doing music trying to make things, you know, whatever. So anyway, and sometimes I have to go in to the waveforms and like drop them and mute them out when it's like really obnoxious shit. Like one time my kid was sitting there next to me while I'm doing stuff and he's just blah 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 blah. I was like, dude, I'm recording. He's like, these nuts, and I'm like, edit, you know what I mean? So, but anyway, it gets to this one part where I fucking just sink this fucking Viax right in the head, and it's sunk so fucking deep that I was like, God damn this, oh my Lord, are you fucking, and I couldn't get it out for a second. It was like, and the wound channel was ridiculous. So anyway, my son's watching me edit this shit, and there's a part where I cross hit like first I split the nose almost all the way past the jaw, and I'm like, holy shit, that is the record right now for the deepest strike that went the furthest down. Okay, it went past the nose into the jaw, like right to there. So like it just split it. Okay, and I'm like, damn. And I'm like, all right, well, fuck, I'm gonna hit it from the side, see if I can chop that segment off. Well, I hit it, and the whole head flies off the table. Okay? So I pick the head up, and I'm dusting off all the leaves and shit on it, and I put it down. But I bring the camera up, and I'm looking at the wound channel, and as I pivot the nose, it just starts dripping blood, and I'm like, holy shit. My son sees it, and he goes, Dad, I don't know. That might get you in trouble. I said, look, kid, when I chopped the deer head in half and I did the everybody, that was one of my most popular videos.
And you opened up the brain cavity.
I did. I split the deer's head and opened it, and there was brains there. One of the highest viewed videos.
I'm still waiting for that shit to happen with a pig head.
Ever.
No,
well, this one, there actually is. You can see a brain because when I chopped the head came off, and there's actually a chunk of brain. It's actually a pretty small brain. And I was looking at it, I'm like, wow, I actually dissected this fucking head with a single strike. So
must be one of them British pigs.
This, it's a fucking big fucking. I was like, wow. So this video I'm really excited about because it's gory and zombified and shit.
Looks like we lost Roy.
Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be back. He'll be back. Yeah, but I shot that video, and here's the crazy thing. Here, I'm gonna show you the blade.
I look forward to watching that.
I'm gonna show you the blade because normally I took the car hood. And I chopped through with the backside, and then I went on the other side of the car hood and I chopped with the face of the axe, right? So remember that now, okay? And it actually penetrated.
Motherfucker probably still looks new.
Penetrated the. It has a couple of really small chinks, but for the most part, let's see if we can back it up. There we
Focus
go.
a lot of sun.
So we go like this, come in a little closer, come down like this. There we go. So that's pretty good. Now, there is no, I mean, the only thing you'll notice is there on the surface, the shiny side, as it comes around, you'll see it's got marks now. So this is all scuffed up.
Is that it? A
All
few
scuffed up.
scuff?
Yep. And then on the other side here, you can see the material transfer from when it was penetrating that car hood. You can see all of that, right? But if you look at the edge, you got
Flawless.
one little chinky chink right there, right at the
that
top there.
chink?
Yeah,
That's minuscule.
it is. I had to look hard to fucking find. What I had to do was I had to go like this. I had to take my finger like this and go, yep, I can feel a little bit of a burn now.
That's it, right there.
Yep, exactly. Zit, zit done. Zit done. I mean,
10 onion workshop sharpener or
Yeah.
standard version?
I won it on Facebook.
oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Giveaway on
Hell yeah. I'm always excited when a motherfucker wins something.
Oh, and by the way, I now see, Rob, why you like the Tops tie bow.
Why?
Sharpest little motherfucker I have.
Yeah, it's pretty sharp. It's pretty sharp. But I had no idea sharpness or anything else. I was just trying to figure out a different blade than my BK11, you know? And I was going to get a BK24, and then Denny was like, oh, you know what's a good blade is the, I call it a T-bow. I know it's Tybo, but I can't call it Tybo because here in the States we had this martial art craze. That was, yeah, I can't do it. I can't call it Tybo. So I call it a T-bow, okay? Which is something else, but fuck it. I like that one better than Tybo. So I got that one, and when I found it was AS 35, 34. Anyway, I found it was a special metal that supposedly holds an edge better, and it was limited to 36 pieces. Well, you know that hit the geek. That hit hot on all the geeky sides. I was like,
That's
wait,
your Kanaloa blade.
That's the Kanaloa. And so that was the very first one I had. And then when I started to do Pele project, I said, fuck, I need a black one. And so I ordered from Topps the other one. And I have that one, and I'm like, wow, I like it. You know, it's very lightweight. It's very useful. Because I don't really, the Kanaloa one, you know, it's an EDC blade, but I'm very selective of the shit that I cut with it because it is one of 36. So, you know, if I drop it, chink it, whatever, I would be fucking really upset. So I actually have it just hanging. Oh, I was showing part of my new setup here. Where did I just put the fucking sheet? Oh, one of the things that I did now. I've got multiple cameras now set up, and I'll be getting a third camera pretty soon here. So that way, when I want to show something, I don't have to go and try to move a fucking laptop to get a point of view. You know what I mean? Because there's the built-in webcam that's up here. So instead,
hey, I'm the one that has to move the entire friggin' laptop.
Yeah. So instead of that, I could do this. Go just like this. Boop, hit that. So now I got another camera. And this camera, I can actually grab, ta-da, and move around and give everybody another point of view. So there's the old office over in there.
And a framed Convergence 2012.
Yeah. Well, look, I also have a paperback version. Oh, it's weird that it's fucking inverted, though. Is that inverted for you guys? Is that shit backwards for you?
No, it's
I
right.
can read it.
It's right for us.
Oh, it's right for you? Oh, that's fucking weird. It's backwards for me. That's crazy. So then I got the regular one. Yeah, everything is all fucking backwards for me. So there's the mask hanging.
It's that stupid mirror shit like I talked to Tenchi about.
Yeah,
you're still riding my ass about that.
I don't know why this shit is all backwards for me, but as long as it's okay for you guys, I guess it's okay.
No,
but anyway,
actually, it happened to prepare mine 101 also with his new phone that he got.
Oh, the
his hair's pointing the wrong way, and the fucking
bombs on the other
shed's
side.
on the wrong side of him and everything.
Can somebody just please get a friggin' tank and shoot that bastard?
No.
Which one? The shed?
The shed,
It's
not Chris.
It's not his shed.
I would like to keep Chris in one piece, but the shed I don't give a fuck about. It can die.
It's not his shed.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You know what I like. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and flip it back. That's weird. That overhead view looks like somebody's watching me from somewhere else. But
Oh, and I was talking to Jeremiah when I got this and told him I was getting black and yellow scales.
uh-huh.
And he said to me, "Oh, why don't you call it Yellow Jacket?"
Oh, I know exactly which scales you're getting because when Denny made them, we were looking at them a long time ago. So these are ones he had laying around, right?
Yeah, the race flag ones.
Yeah. I know
And
exactly which ones they are. Those are nice.
And he's treaded, and lanyard notched both sets for me, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
The yellow set most importantly.
Yeah.
And he's done that at no extra charge for me. So
that's cool. Yeah, that's way cool. Yeah, I like those sets. Those sets they got a lot of character to it.
Oh.
I think those match you very nicely.
Oh, you ought to see them now. They're the yellow and black now. It's treaded. Pops like a motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait till the fuckers arrive so I can put them on this.
So you do know, I'm gonna warn you, when you wear a neck knife, and it's ornate, and it's decorative.
Here it comes.
You are gonna draw a lot of attention to yourself.
Oh, trust me, it won't be noticed because it'll be under my shirt most of the time.
So if we take a look over here at
you know who
Magic,
else? You know
there's
who else?
Magic.
Yeah, I got mine.
Yeah, see Magic.
Ooh, Punisher skull.
Yeah, so his reason, if he didn't have the Punisher skull on there, it almost blends in with his style, right? The black shirt, it's kind of nondescript. You wouldn't even notice it, but that Punisher makes it pop. That's the first thing I saw. Now, if he had black and yellow checkered scales on there.
Actually, the checkered ones are black and white. The checkered ones are black and white scales.
Even like the cashier at the grocery store will say about it.
Yep.
Kenshi,
What is that?
You know
what
who
is
else?
that around your neck?
Yeah, a nice necklace. What is that?
Yes, nice necklace. Yeah, it's got multiple uses. Here, let's take a
what
look.
was that you were saying, Chance?
Hold on, while you guys are talking, let me see that knife. Is
It's
that a cold steel?
No, it's the CRKT minimalist.
Oh, CRKT. Yeah, hold it right there. Pause for a second. There it is. I thought I recognized the form factor on it. Nice.
Yeah, I've got
Put
this one, and then I've got.
Put it in the hand. Let me see it. Let me see it in the grip.
It fits perfectly 3 fingers.
That thing
nice.
damn near disappears in the hand.
Yeah, I got
Oh,
big hands, too.
that's kind of what you want, though.
Yeah, see?
I kind of like how this feels in the hand.
Yep. Nice. Thanks. That's awesome.
It's like I like it. It's smaller than I thought it was going to be, but it's still a love blade.
And judging by that click that I hear, it's got a good lockup.
Oh yeah, it holds in tight.
Very nice. Especially when it's light like that. When it's light, like my rig, the rigs that I have, like these, like I don't even have the scales on this one yet. But just because of the way that everything's hanging and fitting, like this motherfucker actually starts to get heavy when you have all the different pieces on it, bigger sheath, different handles, all the other lanyard pieces and shit on it.
More and more weight to it.
It starts adding hella weight. But I'm a big fucker, so when I wear it around the neck, I don't even notice it.
Right.
But it's funny because Chris from Prepared Mind will always, he gives me shit. Like we were sitting there one day talking about my my go bag, my bug out bag, and he's like, "How heavy is that?" I said, "I don't know, about 30 pounds." He's all, "Damn, that's heavy." I'm all, "Oh shit,
Not
it is."
really.
I said, "That's heavy." Fuck. Okay, well I didn't realize.
Well, they're different for everybody.
There's a certain weight you're going for.
He's also a smaller guy.
Rob's a big boy. He can handle it.
I got this from 3V Gear yesterday to
That's
test
awesome.
out. Yeah, to test out. And it's a backpack, and I think I'm going to like that form factor a little bit more than those sling bags that I've been carrying.
That's what I got named the sling bag.
Yeah, but I get kind of tired. Like it's convenient sometimes. You can fling it forward and you have access to stuff. But at the same time, I'm sitting there like when I'm getting in and out of the car and I'm like going to a client location or whatever. Like it doesn't have like a real good handle on it for me to like throw in the car, grab it. So I have to grab it by like the shoulder sling and I sling it on. And I'm like, I find myself fucking walking like this because the bag's fucking heavy, right? Now check this out. I'm a fat fucking dude. I got a big gut, okay? This is the first fucking backpack where the fucking belly straps, they fit. I was like,
What
Are
back is
you?
that? I might
So,
need that one.
yeah, so this is a 3V gear, and the nice thing about 3V gear is their gear is way affordable. And the way that they get past that is a lot of these compartments, they're just big open compartments. They don't have like a lot of the little things. But most of my kit are already in little other bags. You know what I mean? Like my med bag's a big red one. My fucking chip for handcuffs and pry doors and stuff. That's in another little black one with a label on it. My fire one's in a kit. My fucking water purification has its own little kit. So something like this that's wide open is fucking awesome. I forget what the name of this bag. I can tell you in half a second. It's 3V Gear. I think it's 3vgear.com. Let me check. 3vgear.com. I got a full review that's going to be coming out on this. And I saw their bag. Oh, it's a Velox 2 Tactical Assault Pack. And I went, they're local to me. So I saw them an email, said, hey, man, I like this fucking, because they give me emails. So I saw the email, and I'm like, dude, I want to fucking check that bag out. And I was going to buy it because, check it out, the price on this bitch, yeah, $49.95 for a fucking full-up backpack with,
It's not
what
bad.
is it? It's 4,000, what is the thing? It's like 4,000 square, let's see, where's the fuck, oh, here it is, description. It is, oh, overall size, I'm sorry, 1,628 cubic inches. That's a lot of shit you could put in a fucking bag. You know
What
what
do
I
they
mean?
warranty it? What do they warranty it for?
Lifetime warranty.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's all I
I
need
mean,
to hear.
but dude, really, I've yet to find a motherfucker break one of these tactical type bags.
Well, no,
With
that's
all
the
the
point.
over stitches. Yeah. Yeah. I have dragged them, kicked them, thrown them. Fuck, I can't wear them down. I saw this one dude. He took a Brillo pad, a brush, one of those really hardcore wire
Like a
brushes.
steel brush.
Yeah, and he's like, okay, this bag is better than this bag. And he set out to prove it, and he sat on the inferior bag just fucking 1 hour later, still fucking going. 2 hours later, still fucking going. 3 hours later, it finally had some wearing down. And then he went on the good bag, and he did the same thing, and he did the 3 hours or whatever, and it was a little better. It wasn't as worn out. I think the reality was a motherfucker wore himself out on the first bag because he was working it so fucking hard. I'd have been like day one, then day two for the other one, or have somebody next to me. Okay, let's see who can do it first, But it was funny because I joke with these guys all the time. I'm like, other than some of the innovations that Maxpedition has done on the new bags, and they're really
I
cosmetic.
like how this new one looks.
Oh yeah,
new
the
bags.
interior meshes and stuff are really nice. But you're looking at like I'm talking with them right now for doing some reviews.
But I'll
because
stick with my nice fat pack.
yeah, because I'm supposed to be getting some of the new stuff, the ARG bags, and all the big channels got first dibs, so they sent it out to all these other guys. And I watched their reviews, and I was really upset. I was like, they did reviews like this. So the big channels are going like this. Yeah, so I got a Maxpedition bag here, and it's got a pocket here, pocket here, pocket here. This is
there's.
this, pocket here. Okay, and I like it. I like it. It's a
Oh,
good
you
bag.
like it? You like it, huh? Please like, share, and subscribe.
And that's it. And I'm like, dude, you didn't
That
touch
is
on any of the real versatile pieces that they put. Like they got these little, like just the zipper pulls. Dude, the zipper pulls on the new Maxpeditions are brilliant. They're shaped like this hat. You see how the hat has this little hook here? They've got that, and they've got this pad on it. So no matter where you're reaching, you're going to engage that fucking zipper pull. And when you pull it the way that it wrote, dude, it's just that alone. I was like, wow, that's fucking sick. And when I was talking with Tim, the owner, he was like I was watching everybody else they were interviewing. This had an interview. So I'm standing here with Tim Tran of Maxpedition, and he's going to talk about the latest offerings from Maxpedition. Thanks for watching. Right? And I'm like, what the fuck? You got the man here. Ask him some fucking questions. So I'm sitting there. Hey, man, I noticed that this fucking hand right here has this padding on here and has this and this and this. What's the deal with this? He's like, oh, well, we did that. We triple stitched it. We did this. We made this so that a seatbelt material comes up. We had to make this special. So, like, I was egging him to give me all the points on the bag. And so I made a good enough impression that they were like, yeah, we'll send you some bags. Well, they thought I was a bigger channel than I was, apparently, because when they went and they looked at my statistics, they're like, oh, shit, right? So anyway, I'm friends now with a lot of the marketing department, so we talk every day on Facebook, and they're really cool people. And I'm like, you know what, if you can't send me the bag, don't worry about it. I'm more than happy to buy stuff if you at least give me a discount, you know, because I do that with a lot of my gear. Like a lot of stuff I get from Tops, for example, a lot of times I buy it, but I get like a wholesale pricing on it. So it's like I get a better price point than if I go to like Knife Depot or one of these other companies that I would buy gear from normally. And then also I'm dealing with the guys, and they know, okay, I'm going to do a review. I'm going to beat the shit out of it. And then sometimes, like back in the day when they were first getting to know me, they really were like, well, we don't know. They would give me factory seconds. They were cosmetically fucked up. They couldn't sell it. I'm like, I don't care if they're cosmetically fucked up because I'm going to fuck it up even more. They're like, okay. You know, so they were like, that's fine. Just let everybody know it's a fucking factory second. So if there's a breakage or something, you know, it could have been a defect. I said, I don't give a fuck. And so if I broke something, I'd be like, hey, I broke it. You guys want to check it out? And before I put the video up, I'd let them look at it or whatever. And they're like, go ahead, put the video up. It's fine. So I put the video up. People see it. Okay. Then they'd send me another one. I test it. Same thing with Schrade. You know, Schrade would do something. Oh, here you go. But I want to get more of the Maxpedition stuff because some of the stuff that they put, like, for example, the inside lining, like if you look on some of these other bags, these bags from 3V Gear, they don't have them in them. So that's the way they cut down costs. But you see some dividers that are inside a bag sometimes for compartments, and you'll see there's these mesh. Well, actually, you know what? They do have one part.
You mean like the Fat Pack has in the side pocket?
Yeah, but like it's almost like you can see through it. It's kind of webbing. I'm see if I got one here. I know I thought I saw one inside of here when I was. I mean, this thing just has space for days. But there's one. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's all right on the inside here. So when I open it up, and I get the camera here, let me flip this around. See, this is why I like this other camera because I could do shit like this. I can go, boom,
wub 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 wub.
boom.
Shut up, claptrap.
Wub wub.
Wub 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 wub.
So I can go like this, get some light, and then go there. So you see that mesh that's right there?
That's some cool looking mesh.
Well, the problem with a lot of times with this mesh is when you go to sew on these corners here, some of those are empty circles. So you
will go through the void.
Yeah. So you'll miss some of them. Well, with Maxpedition, with the new shit that they got,
it's completely solid.
Yeah, yeah. But it's also holographic. So it's got
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because most of the cameras can't pick it up. And I had to describe it because my camera wouldn't pick it up. And I'm like, dude, this has like a ghosted pattern. He goes, yeah, that was something they spent a lot of money to prevent. What's the
property theft?
What's the fake ones called? The knockoffs.
Knockoffs.
Yeah, the knockoff bags, right?
Oh, piracy and stuff.
Yeah, because China, once China starts on a fucking bag, they will go and make fucking endless copies, and you know, then you got, oh yeah, this looks like a Louis Vuitton, but oh no, it's not. It's a Louis Knot. You know what I mean? It's like a fucking fakey. So, you know, so they did all of this shit for the ARG line. Or AGR. AGR.
Gear research.
Yeah, AGR. I always want to say ARG, ARG, but it's AGR. Ugur instead of ARG. Yeah, whatever. They should have said advanced research gear. ARG. That would have been better. Fucking pirate. This is the booty you want, you know. But anyway.
All you need is the fucking eye patch, and you will look like a pirate, Rob.
Wow. What are you talking about? Oh, speaking of pirates and fucking one eyes and patches. Check out what fucking.
I know. I saw the hangout the other night. I watched it.
Yeah. So fucking Matt was down here in Utah. We hung out, and he goes, "Hey, I got a challenge coin for you." I go, "Right on." And so he goes like this, and he drops it in my hand, and I look at it, and at first I thought it was a shell because it was all fucking backwards and shit like this. I go, "What the fuck is that?" Yeah, and then I flipped it over, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, after I watched the stream, I was talking to him. I said, "Oh, you constantly got your eye on Rob now."
That's right. Well, it's always right here on my laptop. So if somebody comes in, they're gonna be, "What is that?" Like my son was like, "What is that?" He's all touching. I said, "That's a fake eye." He's like, "Ugh, it's gross." So I'm gonna get all kinds of good reactions from
motherfucker! If I was you, I would have that put into a knife handle,
Ooh,
into a custom knife handle or a custom knife sheath.
that might not be a bad idea.
And I should really stop giving Rob decent ideas, or I'm gonna run out of ideas for myself.
No, ideas are like fucking infinite.
You should always be sharing.
I give ideas away fucking all day, every day. I was down at 3B Gear and I was giving them ideas on shit, you know. And they got some cool shit coming out. We were talking and they were like, I told them what would be neat is if somebody made a tactical bag that had the Velcro that went up along all of it, right? And they sell attachments that you could slap on there. So like if you're going out at night, they're reflective, so people can see you at night. But you also make different patterns and stuff, so you can put them on. So if you see somebody has like your checkerboard pattern, for example, you have a backpack that has a checkerboard pattern. People aren't instinctively thinking, "Oh, that's a tactical bag." They're thinking, "Oh, that's a disco bag." You know, that's kind of cool. You know? That guy is a runner or something. You know, something
or they might think you're heavy into chess.
Well, yeah, whatever. That's even better. Oh,
and
yeah.
around here, bicyclists wear a lot of that stuff, so they just think you're a bicyclist.
Exactly. That's my point.
And you blend in gray man.
There you go. Exactly. And here's the cool thing. He looks at me and he goes, "Yeah, we're actually doing something like that. We got something coming out that's going to have that." I'm like, out fucking standing. So, you know, very rarely do you have an idea that is just uniquely yours. There's always some kind of a rehash at this point, but sometimes you find a nice novel spin on something that somebody else hasn't done. And if you don't move on it, you know, sooner or later somebody else is going to stumble on that same fucking idea and go, "Hey, what if we did this?" You're like, "Fucker, I thought of that shit 6 years ago." Well, yeah, but you didn't do shit, and I did. So.
Lots of those ideas.
Yep.
Got a little notebook. It has lots of them in there, and I don't do nothing about it. Then a few weeks later, he's
really? Who's watching my videos at 5 o'clock in the morning?
There's a thing called international, so you know, there's fucking people all over the world looking at shit.
but usually when I look at my analytics at this time, they're completely friggin' dead.
Oh, somebody's looking at. I mean, look, do you put keywords on your videos when you're putting your stuff together?
Yeah, I do actually.
Well, there you go. People search for keywords. So those Gonzo knives, for example, somebody's going to type in Gonzo, and guess whose video is going to pop in there?
Those are my most viewed videos that I've ever made.
That's my fucking point. You know, one of my most viewed videos is that Travax wallet. You know, I got 17,000+ views on that fucking thing. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It was a filler video. I put it in there just because I was like, fuck, I need to make it. Oh, you know, I got this cool fucking wallet. Yeah, I'll fucking do a video on this. You know? And the things that you go, whatever, are the ones that usually just fucking.
So this is a good segue, Rob. Speaking of getting into different videos.
Yeah.
What happened the other day? Are you getting into doing purse videos? I mean, it's okay if you are. You're among friends.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you brought that up.
It's
so check this out. So yeah, but here's what happened. It wasn't a hack to the literal sense, but here, look at how brilliant this is. So I was trying to get a piece of software to work. I was trying to get Workstation so that I could put some Linux distros on so that I could do Kali and a few other things, not on this machine, but on a bunch of virtual machines. And I had a copy of Workstation when I passed my VCP with VMware. They gave me a license key for version 10. Well, version 12 was out, and I wanted to take it for a test drive, and I pulled it down from the wrong spot. I thought I was on a VMware distro. It wasn't. So I installed it, and I knew instantly something was wrong when the normal, hey, black screen popped up, but I had a notice that said this is an unknown
unknown script or something.
Well, unknown program writer or whatever. It was like unknown publisher, unknown publisher, and I thought, fuck, that's fucking weird. the fucking VM, fuck everybody. And I didn't even, I just said, whatever, go. I said, I had to do 2 steps. Okay, that's how stupid I am. I had to say, I understand the risk, go. Okay? And I'm stupid for 3 reasons. Reason number 1, I didn't do a restore point like I normally do whenever I install something. Okay? Then the second thing was I ignored the warning from the operating system. Okay, that was number 2. And then number 3, I explicitly gave it permission to go ahead and run what it wanted to run, and it disappeared. Installers don't disappear. Okay? And I thought, oh shit, it must have crashed.
Well, legit installers.
Legit software doesn't disappear. So I go, oh shit. So I control it literally real quick. I bring up the task manager. I look at my processes, my everything. My hard drive was at 100%. CPU was sitting there at 90%. I said, son of a bitch. And the funny thing was, none of my virus scans, none of my malware, nothing was flagging. I have 3 layers. I got my Komodo firewall, I got Komodo antivirus, and I got a malware, anti-malware, whatever that one with the shield is. I can't remember what it's called. So I'm sitting there going, what the fuck, right? So I go task manager, I bring up all the processes, I see what's running, I go through the list. Okay, I don't know you kill. Yeah, don't know you kill. Yeah, don't know you kill. And I started killing shit. Suddenly things started popping up. These ads started popping up. I said, oh, motherfucker. And I helped in the day. I wrote some of those fucking things. I'm like, oh, okay, hell no. Control, delete again, because my task manager died. I'm like, oh, you're going to try to kill my task manager? Control, delete, brought it back up. I fucking had it up again. I went to processes instead of active programs and background programs. I went to processes. I found it. Boom, killed it. And then I said, show me the folder where they're all sitting at. So it started egg dropping me. Started putting shit in. But I went to the folder where it had its repository. So I killed all the shit real quick before it could replicate them elsewhere. And then I basically just, boom, locked it down. I told Komodo, kill all internet. I pulled out my hard line. And I started doing stuff. Well, unbeknownst to me, one of the fucking shitty things it did was this all Facebook was up and running.
Oh.
It posted. It
Holy
fucking
shit.
posted.
Because you were already logged in.
I was logged in.
Holy shit.
So it wasn't a virus, and it wasn't a hack from a traditional sense. And I was like, damn, that's slick, right? And so anyway, it took me an hour of battling the thing to get all of it out, clean it completely out, go through, uninstall the things that it tried to install. And then that it had installed but wasn't able to get in. Like it put stuff in startup. I went in and removed all the startup shit. If I had rebooted, I would have been fucked. Because then it would have been so dug in. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, fine. And I went and looked at my restore point. My restore point was like fucking a month ago. And I was like, I can't do that. I'd lose too much shit, you know? So I was like, all right, whatever. And so I was funny because my wife was the first one that pinged me on that purse shit. She said, babe, why are you posting up fucking purses? I said, I'm not. Oh, and I jumped in and I looked at it and I saw it. I was like, oh, fuck no. And of course, people were already posting up shit on it. I said, son of a bitch. I took the link off.
Oh, so you had already been posting, but you didn't realize it?
I didn't know about it.
That shit was so funny. I thought you were fucking with us.
What?
Even my wife was like, don't click on it, don't
yesterday.
click on it.
Yeah, I had inadvertently hacked myself. So yeah, that's basically what it was. Because I fucking like a and you know, I tell all my clients too, always verify the source you're downloading, virus scan it, check this, do that. Yeah, I put it on here because I was gonna do some distro work. I was gonna install some of my forensic stuff, but I was like fucking idiot. So anyway, after I cleaned it all out. I said, son of a bitch. I was really upset about it. And then I was sitting there on Facebook and I was just laughing. I was like, son of a bitch. So I took their stupid link off. I didn't want to delete the comments. So I said, yeah, I got hacked. I said, I got hacked. Don't just ignore this shit, you know.
Yeah, I saw that bit of the post, but I didn't see the main part.
Yeah, the main part was a link. And if you would have clicked on it, if you would have clicked, no, what it was is, you would have clicked on it, and that software distributor who put that particular package out probably had an affiliate ID attached to it, So
Yeah.
you would have clicked on it, and all the people that got their Facebook hit with that, all those clicks would have been like a nickel, a nickel, a nickel, a nickel. So that motherfucker probably got paid
Oh yeah.
pretty good.
So what it was?
So that's a good job I missed the link then.
It took
Right.
you.
So what it was is there was a. Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Sorry.
Would you say Magic? No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
So the link just took you to the store to buy the purses, and
Right.
all,
Right.
But there was a discount.
Yeah.
There was like
Right.
a 30% discount.
Right.
And so to all of us is like, oh, Rob's sending us like a discount to some blades or something. It's what it looked like. I'm like, why would Rob get a 30% discount
For
on a bunch of
purses.
blades that he'd be, and then you click on it, it's purses.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe
Like, why is Rob being such a jackass?
Yeah.
maybe they're concealed weapons. Maybe they just look like purses and are actually blades.
Well,
Yeah.
and I thought maybe he's going to be hacking up purses with his blades.
Yeah. So Chaz tells me, dude, that'd be awesome. Grab some of the purses from your house. I'm like, dude, my wife would have my balls. She has expensive ass bags. In fact, we had an incident with mice. Okay, so my wife, she keeps the bags and she folds them up and she wraps them in the paper and she puts them in the boxes and she swaps bags out like every 6 months. She'll take out and then she'll have a new main bag. It's kind of like our EDC bags, right? Like we'll have an EDC bag, we'll carry that for a while, and then we're like, hey, you know what? I want to try this other one. So we'll try a different
We're
one.
weird for doing it.
Yeah, but she has bags that her mom buys her that are like $600 or $700. They're
Damn.
expensive.
Do they have water
bags.
bottles in them or something? Like and
No.
straws and stuff?
Nothing.
No? Do they have knives that shoot out?
No.
No? Are they Kevlar?
No. So
They
check
have
this
an
out.
AK-47 built in.
Nope. So check this
Got
out.
somebody's name on them.
So her favorite fucking bag. Okay, her all like it was her favorite so much she never used it. Okay,
She didn't take it out.
she never took it out of the actual wrapping that it came in. It was in like this plastic wrapping, and it was like mint. It was her bag. Well, we had mice problems. 6-7 months ago. Okay, maybe last winter. And so what happened was, we ran the mice from down here. We ran the mice from the kitchen. We ran them from my office. They went upstairs. And they discovered the kids' rooms, and there was all kinds of food and shit on the floor, so they were like, fuck yeah. And so they did what mice do, and they
Make more mice?
made more mice, but they needed a spot, a nest. Well, guess what they found? A nice $600 hotel
Oh, no.
to not only have babies in,
Oh, no.
but to piss and shit in and chew up some lining of.
Oh,
no.
Okay? So how does she find out? Okay? So one day my wife is amazing. She has amazing ears and nose. She smells and hears shit that I have no idea. I think she's a fucking alien personally, but that's just my opinion. So one
Maybe
day
she's a lizard person.
we got fans going. Okay? No, if she was a lizard person, she would just eat them. You know what I mean? She's sitting there. We got fans going. There's noise, white noise, and she goes, "You hear that?" I go, "What?
Oh, shit. What?
You hear what? I don't hear nothing." She shuts off everything. She goes, "Listen, like this." So now she's like this. She's sitting on her knees on the bed like this.
It's like the Predator.
She's like, "Do you hear?" And I'm like, I'm all laid out, and I got a blanket on me like this. And I'm just like trying to sleep. I got my CPAP on, and I'm like, "What? What?" And all of a sudden, she gets up and she goes to the closet. She slides it open. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" She starts taking stuff out. She grabs her bag. She opens her bag, which scares the residents, who jump 6 feet straight up. She drops the bag, screams, does a backflip like a ninja, lands in the bed. Shook. Ah, there's fucking mice! Oh my god, she fucking jumped. And she's like, babe, there's fucking mice! I'm like, what? And I'm jumping out of bed. What the fuck? I got a gun. What do we got? What's going on? It's like, mice!
Start shooting the floor.
What? Like, put them away, grab a knife. like, no, they're in my bag. Okay, so then I grab my cane. You know, I'm like, okay. I figure I'll just pummel the fuckers to death. I look in the bag, bunch of little teeny tiny baby mice, and I'm like, what do you want me to do with them? She's like, kill them. I'm all, I'm sorry, I have a rule about killing women and children. I can't do it. You know, it's like
They're not
it's
the
a moral.
army.
It's a moral code. I can't kill children. I just can't do it. You know, so
They don't know they're wrong yet.
She's all, you gotta get rid of them. I'm like, okay, fine. So we had a little cage, decided to put them all in there, and I'm like, I don't know what to do with them because fucking mom and dad, they fucking took off. You know, they're gone. So she starts. These mice were in there for a minute because there were little paper things that they had transported into it, made full up nests, shit, piss everywhere, right? And so my wife, she gives me this fucking look. She gives me this fucking look. That's like, let's see if I can do it. I'm gonna try to imitate it. It is gonna fall short. Okay, she goes like this. She goes, why are there mice in my purses? She's so fucking pissed. And I'm trying not to laugh because I just think it's hilarious. I'm like, score one for the mice. You know what I mean? I'm like, fucker. So we set up fucking Vietnam for the mice. We have sticky traps, snap traps.
Vietnam?
That's not Vietnam. That's not Vietnam for mice. That's Auschwitz for mice.
No, I didn't have them yet. If I had them, it would have been Auschwitz. So it was Vietnam because there were traps everywhere. Okay? It looked like, oh, this is where they're going. We'll set traps. So she proceeds to take all these bags out of the closet, half of which I didn't even know existed. So she's going through these bags and she's handing them to me. I'm looking. I'm like, holy fuck, this looks like a nice. She goes, yeah, that's a very nice bag. Be careful. I'm like, oh my god, okay, well, that's a nice bag. And so she's going through. Thankfully, all the bags that were way up high were fine, but the bags that were down low, they're fucking game. Chewed through the whole, chewed through the side, burrowed inside, right? And then I was like, well, fuck, what can you do? Well, the fucker's got in one of my tactical bags, my big range bag.
Well, shit, it's over now.
Yeah, well, the range bag was.
Now you're fair game.
No, I wasn't mad at them. Fuck, they're mice. You know what I mean? It's not like they're fucking just trying to live. Fuck, we're in their area. Fuck it. You know, they've been here before we were fucking here. I ain't tripping on mice. But so I look in and I just see fucking mouse shit everywhere in my bag, and I see little nest things, and I'm like, oh, they made a nest in my little tactical bag. That's interesting. So I pull back. They had like a thin liner inside that hides all the mechanical shit in it. And that's where I hide my KSG and some other stuff. So I slid that open. I'm looking inside, and there's more shit in there. I'm like, how did they? There's no holes. How did they get in the lining? So I'm flipping the bag over, and I'm looking, and I'm all perplexed because I'm like, there's no holes. How did they get on the inside, right? So then I'm thinking, well, let's see. The only time I had that open was when I actually had the guns in there, and that was like, fuck, a year ago. I'm like, goddamn. How long have these motherfuckers been living in my bag? Where I like taking them with me everywhere I was going, these motherfuckers hanging out with me, you know? They're like, don't move, don't say anything.
The range with you.
Yeah, don't say anything. He doesn't know we're in here,
Tactical
you know?
mice.
It's fucking crazy, man. But
They
anyway.
just like push a shotgun shell out when they find out you're empty.
Yeah, they're just fucking. Yeah, here you go. Extra bullet for you, sir. Like, instead of ratatouille is like gatatouille. It's like, here you go. I got more ammo for you. Hey, are you reloading those for me? Fuck, you're
They got
useful.
like little carrier. They got like little plate carriers.
That's right. Little fucking gear. Got a little helmet on and shit. You know.
Well, as you know, I've only got the one bag, so.
They're all reloading my shit for me. Here's another round. It took us all day. Okay, that's the magic bullet. You know. Reserve that for a special fucker.
They could.
Yeah, someone breaks into your house, you shoot that bullet, it goes through them, comes back, goes through them again, goes back, goes through them again.
You're like, wow, that's not only was it a fucking gatatouille bullet, that's a magical gatatouille bullet, you know. But yeah, I didn't really trip on it too much. But yeah, she was she was not happy about our invasion of my. But she's always the one to discover shit. Like about 6 years ago, we had an invasion of fucking bed bugs. We went to Idaho to visit a friend of mine, and I was meeting with a client, and we left our suitcases and shit sitting just in a regular area. Now whenever I travel, I put my suitcase and shit in a bathtub. until we go to use it. Then I put it, on top of sink or something, because there's such a huge infestation of bed bugs. It's not even funny. But anyway, we get home, and my wife's telling me, "Damn, something's biting me," and she had like a dot, dot, dot. It's like a triangular shape, and I'm like, "Wow, they're like Illuminati bites," it's making a fucking triangle. And she's like, "It's not funny. Something's biting me." Does it hurt? She's like, "No, it doesn't hurt." And fuck, it's probably nothing. And so she goes online, she researches the bite pattern. She goes, "Babe, these are bed bug bites." And I go, "Those are actual things?" I thought those were just.
Unfortunately.
I thought those were just
like
songs.
a fairy tale.
I thought it was like my mom used to sing the song, "Good night, sleep tight, don't let the bed bug bite. If they do, take a shoe, beat them till they're black and blue." And I thought that was just some fucking song my mom made up. Bed bugs. I thought they were just bugs. Sometimes you might see in a bed if you're in a ghetto ass area, like cockroaches or something. But anyway, I researched this and go, "Holy fuck." Okay, well, we haven't seen any, so I guess that's a good sign, because if we actually see some adults, these fuckers breed worse than anything on the fucking planet. They
Worse than fleas.
They can make a fucking army. So here's Bloodhound wife. Dude, she tore our bedroom apart worse than a cop looking for fucking contraband. I mean, she literally went top to fucking bottom. And what did she find? Bed bug, little blood droplets, okay? From after they eat you, they fucking shit, and they leave little things, right? And then she found one. And guess where she found one? After she was done, okay? She's laying on a couch down here in the living room, right behind me, as a matter of fact, right over there. She's laying there, and we're talking about it, and I'm making fun of it. Oh, they're like fucking vampires. They come out and fucking feed at night. Fuck it. Don't worry about it. We got them. We'll get rid of them. No big deal. And then all of a sudden, she looks down on her leg, and there was one eating on her fucking leg. And she goes, "What the fuck, babe?" And I look, and I go, "Holy shit!" And they're tiny, okay? So the one that was on her was about like that big, okay, right between the gap of my fingers there. Not that big, but that was a full-grown adult fucking bed bug. Not afraid of shit. Not cautious. This wasn't very late at night. It's probably been 9 o'clock at night. Motherfucker just crawled out, started eating her. I said,
"Hey, I'm having dinner. How you doing?"
I guess the motherfucker likes Filipino food, And my wife, she's got sensitive skin, so when the fuckers were eating on her, her skin would just welt up like crazy. I guess they were eating me, but I had no marks on me. You know what I mean? I said, "Fuck, that sucks. They just like eating you." I said, "Fuck, I don't have to tell you." So we get the guy to come out.
Well, the ones that ate you ended up with cholesterol and died of heart attacks.
Shit. Well, good for them. They ate good then. They ate really good. So fucking this guy comes out. We shopped around, and the lowest price we found to get rid of bed bugs, $800.
Ouch.
Wow. Oh, it was worth it though.
They're fucking hard to kill, like
They
fleas.
are. They are. And the funny thing was, you got ate up, huh, son? They ate my son up. I think they got my daughter. I think the only one that didn't get eaten up was me. Oh, and Angel too? Yeah, me. Yeah, me and Angel didn't have no problem. Momo got fucking ate from top to bottom. Zach had some bites on him. And on his back. And that's what we said, fuck it. We had to draw the line here, because it's not that they do bad things to you. It's the psychological thing of, damn, there's something that comes out at night and it's eating my blood. You know what I mean? It starts to fuck with your mind and sleep. Like, my wife couldn't sleep. She was like, "Fuck, I know they're going to come out and fucking, whatever." And the crazy thing is, they're drawn by carbon dioxide. So when you exhale, suddenly you make like this beacon of, ooh, buffet. And they just fucking go crazy.
And it's not one or two of them.
No, it's a horde. It's a lot of them, right?
It is
like
a lot.
in old folks' homes, man, there was horror stories that they were showing where you could roll an old man who's been laying there for a long time, and the bedbugs realized he wasn't moving, so they just made a nest on his body. They were just eating his ass constantly.
They were literally eating his ass.
Literally.
They were.
They were.
They were
ass
eating him
cheek,
inside out.
Yeah, from the ass cheek up. I mean, it was just
It was
horrible. Yeah,
was
fucking horrible.
That infestation show. Don't ever fucking watch that.
That's
well, it's a good job. It's a good job. I always skip breakfast.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna link that show.
Do it.
I'm going to.
Do it. So the guy comes out. It kicks us out of the house, right? We're out of the house for like a whole day or something.
Get out! I gotta fumigate.
Yeah. So he fucking just. Kids were at school. Me and the wife were gone. They fucking nuked the house. The funny thing was, every time we traveled after that, we would take all of our clothes. For like 2 years, we were paranoid. We'd take all our clothes, we'd take all our shit, we put it in a bag. We'd take a blow dryer, hook it to the bag, and cook the fucking bag because, we would get that shit so the bag was not even touchable. It was like so fucking hot, and that would kill whatever bed bugs potentially were in there. And then we would take it in and we take it straight to the washer and dryer, wash everything, take it, put it in the dryer. But, that shit, man, it was crazy. And I almost thought about creating a business at the time because I was like, damn, because I asked the guy, so is this a booming business? He goes, yeah, there's so much we get backlogged, because they kept going back to the same hotels. They'd get one floor, the fuckers would go to the floor below. Then they get that floor, the fuckers would go to the floor below. Like they were crazy, and they're so thin they could go into an electrical socket along the side, and you could stick the plug in, and it wouldn't fuck with them. That's how they could hide. They could hide between papers of books. I mean, it was ridiculous. We had a crash course on bed bugs. But, yeah, my wife, she discovered those. I mean, she's like fucking ridiculous. She'll go like this, you guys smell something? And we're all like, no, we don't smell nothing.
Are you sure she isn't part bloodhound?
Well, we say she's a bloodhound because she goes, I smell something rotten. I go, no, it ain't me, And then she's like, no, it's not your stink, it's something else. And I'm like, oh, it's not my stink. Okay, cool. And then she'll go walk around the house and she'll go, oh, she goes, this trash needs to go out. So I take the fucking trash out, But yeah, man, I tell you, the shit, the shit she fucking discovers is fucking crazy.
So that's a good segue. I don't know how much time we have.
Oh, we got time. We got plenty of time.
So 2 things. I linked the show. It's legit. It's Animal Planet.
Yeah. Nope. Not gonna watch it.
if you had a pair of balls, you would watch it. But that's okay.
Well, I got to sleep after this,
Okay. Well, after you've slept.
When you wake up.
When you wake up, it is.
Yeah, I'll probably watch that shit for breakfast.
Yeah, watch it after you've slept, because you won't be able to fucking sleep after you watched it.
Yeah, it's like Invader Zim when he discovers germs.
Well, I already have trouble getting to sleep, so I don't need any further troubles, thanks.
Yeah, you won't be able to sleep after. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, $800 fucking dollars, man.
Oh yeah, and that's because you caught it the first time.
What I found out now, though, so if I ever suspect I have bed bugs again, the best way to find out immediately is go get some dry ice because it emits carbon. Right?
Yeah.
Put it in a bucket, and then you put a piece of wood from the ground up with carpet on it because they love carpet, okay? So what the dumb fuckers, because they can't fly, they got to crawl wherever they're going, okay? So what they'll do is they'll crawl up that carpet, they go straight for the carpet thinking it's food, boom, they'll end up in the bucket, can't get out of the bucket, so you just leave it there for 24 hours, you come back, if you see bed bugs in there, great, you got bed bugs. If you don't see anything, cool, you don't have bed bugs. So that was something that I learned after the fact because I found out that there's things to kill them like these seashells. I forget what they call them. They're like seashell dust.
3 seashells?
You just put it in your carpet, and when they walk across the carpet, they eviscerate themselves and they die. So there's all kinds of stuff to take care of bed bugs, but I didn't know it at the time, and so I spent the $800, and I watched as the guy brought stuff in, and I took a note what it was. And I went and I wrote it down, and I came back later and I Googled everything, and I said, fuck, I could have bought that shit for $50 from Amazon, and I could have bought this and did this and just laid it. Now we don't have carpets. Everything we have now is all wood floors. They hate wood. They love carpets. So just by the fact that we got wood floors and tile everywhere, we don't really worry about them anymore. And then we put double-sided sticky tapes along the bed. If you saw in my bedroom now, it's funny because it's like anti-bed bug. I have double-sided duct tape that I put all along the perimeter, and it's still tacky. After 8 fucking years, it's still fucking tacky, like tack, tack, tack. And if they try to crawl up to eat me, they can't. They're gonna get stuck on the fucking double-sided duct tape.
Well, yeah. Plus, you got Hayden Christensen on the other side. I can sense everything in that room.
Really, there's something here, you know.
Don't talk about Star Wars prequels. I was watching those before the stream.
So anyway, to segue into what you've been alluding to, I think 3 or 4 times now, Chaz has sent me. We were talking on Facebook, I believe. We were talking about different types of topics that could be good for the show for discussion. And one of those things is the roles women are going to end up playing in a shit hit the fan situation. What are preps beforehand, and what are mindsets to have when those go down? Because, and Chance can correct me if I'm wrong with the assessment, but my assessment is when things go bad, the safety and protection that women have become accustomed to are going to vanish. Yeah, they're going to vanish. You know, before there was civility and there was society that looked after and put safeguards in place for women, you know, if a man wanted to fuck her, he'd just walk up, punch her in the fucking face, knock her down on the ground, and just take it, you know?
Or club her over the head and drag her back to the cave.
Exactly. And then tie her up with Cape Bear fucking bindings and have his way. But, you know, I think most women don't think that's in the realm of possibility, but you know, what they don't take into consideration, even in polite conversation with society existing as it is, there is a thing called human trafficking, which happens every fucking day and is right in plain sight.
Even here in the U.S.,
there's
is supposed to be the safest place in the world for women. Right. Even here, not even trafficking them out.
Paracord.
What?
What? Magic's making something out of paracord by the looks of it.
Oh yeah, he's just keeping his hands from being idle.
Not even trafficking them out of the U.S. They are finding it in the U.S., staying in the U.S.
You get that even in the U.K. Usually from
you get it everywhere,
which is insane.
Yeah, but see that's my fucking point, right?
Yep.
Yeah, even in our
so-called civilized world.
Yes, this is happening. So imagine there are no laws, right? So imagine now the predators that were operating even in daylight now, they're going, hey, you know what? There's a great commodity that we can leverage in this new world. Let's go get some slaves, right? So I think for women, survival is going to be, on one hand, a lot more difficult. On the other hand, in certain situations, they might have something to barter with that, you know, a man would never be able to barter.
Yeah, the oldest profession in the world.
Right, unless, you know, the person who wants to do something happens to be a, you know, person who swings switch hits, right? So, you know, it's like that joke. Okay, I got a joke for you. It's appropriate for this. So this guy breaks in, okay, catches a couple in bed. And the husband's like, "Oh my God, honey, you know, whatever happens, you know, just take one for the team. I think he likes you." So the guy has him tied up, and he pulls the wife to the side, and the husband's like, "Okay, please, Lord, just make her be okay, right?" And the guy whispers something to the wife's ears. She nods, and he's like, "Oh my God, what is he telling her? What is he telling her?" And he unties her, and she goes over to the husband, and the husband's like, "What happened?" She's like, "Oh, he's going into the bathroom to clean up." It's like, "Just be strong, honey. Just be strong." She's like, "Oh, I will be, but I'm not the one that needs to be strong."
He made his decision, by the way.
Yeah. He's like, what?
We renegotiated.
What? Yeah, the wife. He whispers to the wife, "Your husband's kind of cute. It's okay if I take care of some business." She's like, "Go ahead."
Take one for the team, honey.
You know, go on. Take one for the team. He's a team player.
No, she says, "Go ahead if the fucker forgot my anniversary."
You know, it's one of those things where, you know, a lot of times you'll see folks that'll say something like, "Yeah, we should do this. We should do," because they think it's not going to happen to them. But then, you know, pull the shortest straw. No, I don't. No, this is wrong. No, we should. The human life is precious. Motherfucker, human life wasn't precious when you came up with the idea initially. you know. But when it comes to how things are going to be after the fact, that's rough, man. You know, and that's something that I wrestle with having a wife and two daughters. You know what I mean? And that's one of the reasons that I the things I teach my daughters, people in polite conversation would probably frown on. You know, I've taught my daughters exactly where the femoral artery is, and I tell them if there's a person who is physically stronger than you, has a gun, has something, but you do have a knife, you have something, but he's not aware of it. You keep it. You wait until he is in a position of weakness. He says, you know, suck my dick. Go down and go like you're going to go for it. You know, get him distracted, and then you take that blade, you sever that femoral artery, and you wrestle with him as long as you can until he bleeds out. You know?
It won't take long.
No, it's 15 seconds if you do it right. But you know, but the problem is that's a real cut. I mean that's a cut that I think most people won't commit to. You know what I mean? Especially a person my size. I'm really big. You know, at 330, I was 345. At 330, well, 329. At 329, my thighs are still really large. So you can't slash like, you know, I'll use the zombie knife. So that way, if the UK gets this, they'll say this is a fucking terrorist.
Everyone in the UK can't watch this.
That's right. You can't watch this because this is a zombie knife. Okay.
I'm feeling more aggressive.
So, you know,
well, in that case, how's that's going to reflect on me because I'm actually in this?
You know, so a cut like this is just going to be a superficial cut, right? Because as it slices across, it's just going to go as far as the slice will. So you almost have to take it this way, right? And you almost have to stab, cut, and pull to be able to get in deep enough. So say the thigh is about this big, the femoral artery is sitting right about here. If you go to slash, you might not be able to get deep enough in there. But if you go to do a stab, pull, you know, or a stab pull, yeah, that will sever it, you know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
girls, if you're paying attention, women, ladies, if somebody's like, hey, I want you to suck my dick, you're like, oh yeah, no problem. You get down. Now remember, while you're doing this one, you do this, okay? So that way you got a good chance of living. You know, he's gonna be distracted by that. You do that, yeah. You just take that. You do this one, yeah. If you do this one, chances are he's gonna live, right? Because the penis, when you cut it, it's a very vascular area, but it's not gonna bleed out the way you want it to bleed out. You could go
blood,
you could go this way where the testicles are at. If you hit from behind the testicles, cut up, take the testicles and the penis. Now you've taken such a large amount of surface areas. You're still gonna you have a better chance of them bleeding, but that's gonna be a hard cut too.
Not as fast as the other.
Yeah.
Well, either way, they're no longer a man.
Yeah, but you cut dick and balls off. Yeah, he's gonna kill you.
Yeah, he still have a chance to kill you, though.
Yeah, he's still got a good chance, and he's going to be really motivated to kill you because you just took his fucking manhood.
Yeah.
You know? And worst case is he says, fuck it. He doesn't kill you, stomps you out, takes you, and then you end up getting gang raped for all eternity. So, you know, in some ways death is kind of welcome as opposed to a fucking life of, you know, yeah, let's do this for fucking all day long, and oh yeah, give it to me back there too. You know, I've seen girls in the sex industry that they're gone. There's no life. They're just completely. There's nothing behind the eyes anymore.
Like lions at the zoo.
Not even like lions. Not even like lions. They're completely they're gone. Their self-value, worth, everything is completely gone. They have nothing left. It's almost like when you see people who have been tortured. My wife was taking care of a guy from Iraq who had gotten taken, and his family was paying a ransom for him, but they were torturing this fucking guy for like 2 years straight while they were negotiating to try to get him free. And they got him free, and the wife, she's so fucking sweet. She takes care of this guy every fucking day. She bathes him, but he's catatonic. He's completely gone. He is in his own mind somewhere safe. And the fucked up thing was, he got out, he was communicating, and then slowly, as all the baggage from the shit they did to him came and got him in safety, and realizing everything that the family sacrificed to get him out, just fucked him up, you know, just fucked him up. He just never recovered. And my wife was like, she had to do her not orientation. It's when you're graduating and you're getting your credits so that you can get your stripes or whatever. You have to do some free work. I forgot what it's called. But anyway, she had to do these rotations. One of it was for a nonprofit that was taking care of
internship.
Yeah, it's like an internship kind of, but it's a for nurses. It's like a rotation orientation type. It's a special word. I don't fucking remember.
Yeah, that'd be an intern.
No. Interns are. It's a similar thing. Interns don't get paid; they get work experience. But for nurses, they called it something else. I forgot what it is. It was
I know what you're talking about.
It's basically an intern, but
Candy
they're learning shit. So they've done all the book work, they've done all the curriculum. Now they're actually getting exposed to these different, like Westminster made them do all these different disciplines because nurses can go in all different directions. You know what I mean? So they had them do stuff with the old people. They had them do stuff inside of the ER. They had them do stuff inside of ICUs, inside of the neonatal with the parents and the babies. They had them do stuff inside of people that were immigrants that were here. Oh, I forgot what you call that when you're fleeing a country and you're asylum. So you had these immigrants that were getting asylum in America because of the atrocities that they had gone through. So she got a lot of good exposure doing that stuff. And she'd come home and tell me these stories, and it was crazy because the lady actually, she had no money, and the state was taking care of them and helping them out. But she made some native Iranian food or Iraqi food, and my wife brought it home. And I was surprised because half of it was really, really good. The other half was, it just wasn't my cup of tea, right? But the stuff that was really good was kind of crazy. It was like rice, raisins, some other stuff, and I was like, hey, this one's good. So I tried the other one. And said, I don't want. Just tell them it was good, but I don't like the other one. Don't get any more of the other one. But that's how the lady was thanking us and my wife, because my wife was. After she was done with her class or whatever, she went back and dropped off some clothing and some other stuff to help them out. She was so taken aback by the whole story. But, when you look at the atrocities and the evil that men do in this day and age, part of having that prepared mindset is understanding the only thing that really keeps that evil at bay is laws, morality, an able police force, etc. A fear of being caught, a fear of somebody catching you. Now, if that infrastructure fails, oh my God, that's horrific. And you watch movies like Mad Max, like the original Mad Max. That's pretty accurate.
That's what I said. I love the original Mad Max.
And a lot of right, and a lot of people haven't actually seen the first Mad Max.
And that's the one of
They think they have.
No, yeah.
But they've seen the
second one, yeah. And
you go back and watch the first one, you go, holy fuck.
It's fucking brutal. It's fucking crazy. And that's why even the new ones with all the pyrotechnics and all the craziness, they sugarcoat the brutality and stuff, and they kind of allude, those are all the mothers, for the crazy guy or whatever. But, that, if you're somewhat pretty and stacked, you should really be taking some preventative classes. Learn how to shoot. Learn how to use a blade. Learn human anatomy. Learn psychology. Learn some basic things, like some survival type classes they teach for women in case you get abducted in another country or something, but some of the stuff that will work right now is not going to work in the future, they like, I love the one, piss and shit on yourself. Yeah, okay. That's going to be a good deterrent,
No, blow a whistle.
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
say you're on your period.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yell fire.
Ask them not to.
Yeah. Say, it's not the Christian thing to do, whatever.
No, wear a wristband that reminds them that their religion's against that.
Right.
Right. No, you laugh, but that's what in Sweden, that's what they're fucking doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or Sweden or Denmark.
But what people aren't taking into consideration, where those might work in certain situations.
They ain't gonna work when civilization goes down the drain.
They already don't work now.
Right. Well, I'm saying on the one or two. I mean, it's kind of like what's her name? Barbara Bush. No, not Barbara Bush. Barbara Boxer, who said,
Yeah.
yeah, if a person comes in with a gun, you say, no, don't do that. They'll listen because, most humans don't want to use a gun on another person. I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember the stupidity in its full context, but holy shit, I was like, that is the dumbest shit I've heard anybody say in the last 10 minutes, because I'm sure, I keep hearing more and more dumber stuff. But
Darwinism's coming up.
well, I mean, shit. Realistically, they need to get rid of all the safety things and let the dumb people just kill themselves already, because the world would be a better place. But it's like we're getting back to point. It's a lot of it is mindset, and a lot of it is situational awareness, right? And the idea of group survival is even more paramount for women, right? Now, you get enough women together and they train, and you end up with like this Amazonian offshoot. Fucking more power to them. You know what I mean? But the only thing that I think I've ever seen women having over men, and I say this just because of what I've seen in like pool halls and sometimes shooting, they got this instinctual geometry to them where they just got angles like nobody's business. So use those angles to your advantage on cuts and bullets. Because
and that's exactly it. My wife, she just left the room, but I would say this in front of her. She's like 10 times a better fucking shot than I am.
Yeah.
And she's a natural. She picked up a pistol and was putting holes inside of holes at 25.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whatever. Oh, I've never shot before. I've never held a gun before.
Yeah.
Holes inside of holes.
But that's what I'm saying.
What?
I think from a certain point of view, that has to have been something built in from a survival point of view. Because think about natural environments. You got rocks. You have things like that. You're trying to keep distance. Fuck, if I got angles all day, every day, and I'm flinging rocks, fuck, I'm more efficient than Mr. Clubman. So, there might be something that's there from a fucking historical survival mechanic. You know what I mean? Because, shit, women are preyed upon all the fucking time.
By everything.
By everything. And the funny thing is, here's the ironic thing. It's not necessarily that way in the animal kingdom, right? In the animal kingdom, shit, a female will fuck you up. You know what I mean? Especially if there's little ones around. Shit.
And in some cases, they're the hunters.
That's right.
And the men sit around and do
that's right.
Like lions. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. I sit around, I roar, I fuck, I make little baby lions, go give me my food.
But if the shit hits the fan, you do have to get up and do something.
That's right. That's right.
They're jackalope lions.
But in other words, you look at deer, moose, anything. They have the antlers, and so they posture.
Right.
And they will kill something if they had to. 99% of the time.
Right.
It's all just part of the pyramid of gene structure working itself out.
Yeah. So, we go back to an animalistic point of view. There are certain realities that a lot of people are just going to be ill-equipped to handle, because every established paradigm that they are fully entrenched in is going to collapse around them. And they're going to be like, what?
And there's a lot of examples, but there's a couple specifically, because earlier, Rob, you were talking about the 4 different kinds of people, and the sheep, and then the other 3. There's the paranoid, the paranoid people, then the people that are actually preparing, and then the people taking advantage of everybody else.
Yep.
So just like these people that are preparing now, there's people that are taking advantage of other people now, and there's people that are watching us, trying to figure out what we have and where we live, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So what I've realized, and I've been talking to a lot of people about this, there's people that aren't just doing this for goodies and ammo and guns and stuff. There's people that are doing this for women. And this is like, it's kind of like a no-duh thing. But to actually watch them do it, and I've been watching it on YouTube a lot, it just gets like sicker and sicker and sicker. And how I've been watching them do it is all you got to do is go to a girl YouTuber preppers channel.
Okay.
And the guys that are just not as socially, or maybe they're just acting that way, are just not. They just say the weirdest shit, and the more you try to talk to them and engage them, it just gets weirder and weirder.
Hmm.
And so I started writing down, the things that they said.
Wow.
Because it starts innocently enough, and then it just a lot of the stuff that Chris from Prepared Mom 101 about how these people are negative, they blame everything on themselves, nothing ever goes right for me, blah 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 blah. They do all that, but instead of preps and stuff or jobs, or they do that, but for women. And where, what's this have to do with anything? Blah blah blah. You don't. Maybe you realize it, but it's in the back of your mind. You talked about earlier on the cruise, there was a guy looking at your wife for way too long.
Oh, yeah.
And I was talking to a gal earlier. I've been talking to her for a couple days. She was talking about a guy that was staring at her teenage daughter for way too long at the store. They got out of there, followed him out, got in cars, and he started following him around. And she says, "What am I supposed to do at this point?" And I go, "You drive to a fucking police station, call the police station ahead of time, and have them wait for you, and then the police station deals with it accordingly."
Right.
Because this happens. And I talk to several of these people a week, and this is becoming more and more of a thing. And there was just last week, another video popped up of somebody that ran in, I think it was a convenience store, picked up a child, threw him over their shoulder, and walked right out of the store.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
And
yeah, I saw that.
That's the second time in just the last month or two. The other one was in Florida, where a guy tries to rip a daughter right out of a mom's arms.
Yeah, I saw that one too. I saw that when I was on a cruise.
Yeah, and so these things, this is already starting to happen now. And teens have always done this, where they follow the one girl around and blah blah blah. Usually stops there, and swatting and stuff, and oh, she doesn't want to date me, and so I'm going to make her life a living hell. But as we get closer and closer to SHTF, and not even talking about the immigration thing,
mm-hmm.
which is going to be a completely different problem.
Oh God, yeah.
And I'm telling people this too. I said, immigration thing's a different problem. Some certain ethnicities, the way they view women, is a different problem as well. But this picking out girls and going, she's gonna be my girl in SHTF or whatever, this sick fucking mentality just seems like it's starting to become
more prevalent and less of a fantasy and more of starting to become a reality, especially as they keep finding more dungeons. They just found another.
Remember the movie that just came out, Cloverfield?
Cloverfield Lane.
Yeah,
and the thing is, there was a season 2 of 24. I think they had a similar thing like that.
His daughter got took, right?
Yep.
And
and she was in a bunker and she had to get out. And they put that in TV shows all the time, but it's like we talked about with the first Mad Max. They just kind of skip a tiny bit on it.
Yeah.
But there's nothing compared to.
Yeah, there's a spot they will not go beyond, where they know that is so that it's it's taboo, they're scared to go there.
Yeah, because even when torture porn hit mainstream for a couple years and was playing in theaters, they still, don't go to the Last House on the Left or whatever the fuck all those movies were.
Well, so I Spit on Your Grave.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And revenge porn.
Holy shit. They went there on that because they showed the pack mentality, they showed a rape, they showed the brutality of it, they showed her begging help, no, don't do this, and one guy's like, oh, we should do this, and they're like, oh, you're gonna do it, and they made him do it anyway,
Well, they had
and
that in Platoon also.
yeah, and they left her for dead, and holy shit,
But the
and
thing,
yeah,
but even that, in just the last couple of years, they found something like 3 different dungeons, I think in the U.S. alone, where they have found, what, 8, 10, 12, 13 fucking women in people's basements, some of them like multiple generations. And
yeah,
this is before
yeah,
SHTF, and we talked about trafficking earlier, and so
yeah.
And when the shit hits the fan, it's just going to get way, way worse.
it is. And so what I'm telling these people,
it'll escalate fast.
it will. And this lady said something that really, really struck me. She said, she talked about how she had been, had made sure that her daughter, and I didn't have the exact quote ready, but how her daughter was dressing conservatively, and that it didn't matter.
Hmm?
And I am so thankful that I finally didn't have to fucking tell that to somebody, because
Right.
it doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you're overweight. It doesn't matter if you're older. These things, once someone's like locked onto you for whatever fucking reason, it doesn't matter. And even just down the street from us, a couple weeks ago, I almost never ever let my wife drive to even the store down the street alone anymore because of the bullshit. But the one fucking time I let her drive to the store alone, there was a guy driving down the center lane, the turn lane, like at 5 miles an hour in a pickup truck that was paralleling a girl that was just walking down the street. There's like no fucking legitimate reason to do that. That's just sick.
No legitimate reason, but plenty of illegitimate reasons.
Right. But obviously you can't shoot somebody for doing that. But they have no good reason. Nothing good can come of that.
Right.
Except for, awareness, until which point your life is threatened. But a lot of these women are not armed. They're not prepared. Da-da-da-da-da.
Well, I mean, look, if you're like fucking California, they're making it harder and harder to protect yourself. I mean, you got to people ask me all the time, why guns? Force multipliers. Well, why do you care? You're a big guy. I'm like, it ain't for me necessarily. Might be for my kids. Might be for my fucking wife. I tell my kids and I tell my wife this all the time. You got to think life and death. Like, what would you do if I tried to kill you? Really, what would you do? How would you stop me? I need you to think in that way. Somebody my size, how are you taking me out? Earlier, Pinchy, I was telling you this. When I get hunched up, I fucking pull my neck and stuff like this. Well, if I'm relaxed, if I'm relaxed, all of this is exposed. I said, number one.
I was gonna say if I was gonna take down a guy your size, I'd aim for the jugular first.
Yeah, especially if you got the element of surprise. Like if we look at Magic's knife, his knife is perfect, right? It's concealable. Yeah. It's very small. 3 fingers on it. Tuck it back like this. You don't even know he's got it. He's sitting there. Look, man, I don't have a fucking problem with you. Hey, man, I'm sorry. It was, my bad. Look, you could ask your friend there. Whoop. If the guy looks, phew, done. Got me right there. I looked back right here to see my friend that he's referring to. I didn't know he had a knife.
And you didn't even feel it.
I wouldn't even feel it. I'd go, what the fuck just happened? All of a sudden, I'm looking down, and I got brown warmth.
And then
reddish brown warmth just spreading down my, like, whoa, and then I'm going to be confused, and I'm going to have a hard time breathing if he cut good and deep enough, and I'm going to get confused, and then my brain's going to go, wait, what just happened? It's going to fucking start shorting out. I get into shock. If he now, 9 times out of 10, he's not going to do the one and stop. He's going to do the one, do the follow, do another, do a follow, do another, and just make sure that this is just hamburger, right? I might be doing this at that point. Okay, now he's taking arms. If he does what he's doing.
The person starts moving.
Yeah. And
Stops moving, I should say.
only thing that would keep me moving for a little bit would be the adrenaline. The adrenaline would have me going, oh my god! But then that same thing that's keeping me going is also
It's
killing
gonna
me.
kill you
Now
faster.
my heart is beating more. I got more blood. So I mean, it really, like, I teach my kids the art of war all the time. I keep telling them every situation. Okay, how do you win in this situation? How do you mentally beat this person? How do you deal with this situation? Because they have these things that they deal with on a regular basis, but they got hormones. They got all these things that are driving them. And I'm like, look, you got to get past that shit. You got to start thinking rationally. You got to start planning, thinking, strategizing. Not one step, not two steps, 3 steps. So after you've got 3 steps on this plan, go to this next one. Here's your plan B. 1, 2, 3. Go to your plan C. 1, 2, 3. Now you've got 3 redundant plans, divergently different. Okay. If this suddenly fails by step 1, segue over to 2. If you already know 2 is probably not going to be an option, go to 3. If that looks like that's going to fail, start making more. Always think. Always plan. Always think. The minute you stop thinking, you die. And I say, never, ever, ever hesitate. Always execute. If you're going to do something, commit it. And be as ruthless as you have to be. It's like we're driving. I'm teaching my daughter how to drive. My wife's been taking...
It's like if someone attacks you, the only way you're gonna defend yourself is to be as ruthless as they are.
No.
Or more ruthless.
More. You got to go to your physical limit. You're talking about your life, where seconds matter. So you want to be just like this. Hey, I got boom, 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 boom. Hit them everything you got, as hard as you can. Don't
Burst.
pause.
Hit hard, hit fast.
And don't stop until they stop. If you're in that shit hit the fan situation. Now, if this is real life and we're looking at civility and we're looking at the laws, you do everything you can to avoid the conflict. You get out of the situation. You don't try to do the things necessarily that are going to kill a person unless they have you in that black zone. If they have you in a black zone, and you'll know it, because there's no, gee, I wonder if this fucker's going to try to kill me. You'll know it. And if you suspect it, your best ally is range, regardless of whatever the weapon is. Even if he's got a gun, if you get range and cover, that's better than I'm right here in front of you, and now, fuck, I don't even have to aim. I just, bam, you're gone. Bam, 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 bam. Look at all of these ghetto shootings you see.
Most people can't hit the side of a barn.
They can't. Yeah,
most of these ghetto shootings at point blank.
Yeah. Well, look, like Magic has said, most motherfuckers can't shoot for shit. So your best bet is range. Get the fuck as far away from a person as possible. Police talk about the 21-foot range, right? So I always tell my friends, double it. You see something going bad, you put your hands in a neutral position, get whatever you got to protect yourself, get as far away as possible.
And get things between you.
Yes. You see the movies where they're dropping chairs and all? Yeah, do it. Obstacle course that motherfucker.
That's why in schools and stuff, and in the videos when they say throw things, imagine going to a shooting range and trying to shoot a paper target with some asshole throwing books at you.
Yeah.
Just try. No, you'll be so fucked.
Yeah.
It's like you can't do it.
Yeah, if you go with something like a pistol, but if I got a shotgun, fuck, I'm just pulling the trigger. I mean, it depends on the situation, depends on what you're dealing with. Again, it's like, I tell my kids, yeah, a motherfucker comes in with a shotgun, you get behind as many people as possible, because guess what? It's going to spray, but it's not going to have as much penetration. So if you got 3 bodies in front of you, guess what? You'll be alive. Maybe the first and second guy's dead, but you're still alive.
And
you got to.
So in California, that's how a teacher stopped a massive, quote unquote, massive shooting. Was he just stood in front of the guy with the shotgun?
Yeah.
And that was the beginning and end of that guy's shooting.
Yeah. I mean, but again, now the shooter didn't commit, right?
Exactly.
So, that's what it comes. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Look, it's like when somebody goes to kill themselves. A lot of times you see the body later. There's 4 or 5 cuts before the big cut, right? Because
they didn't commit.
They're like, oh, it's gonna hurt. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Oh. They're half cuts because they're not committed to it. They don't really want to. There's something that says I don't want to live, but they do these, and then after a while they get their confidence up, and then they actually hit deep enough, and they start bleeding out, right? But it's the hardest thing for most people to do is to get an idea and commit to it and give it. Like, think about your own life. Stop and pause and ask yourself, what have you given 100% to? What have you given 100% to? And most people will say, wow. If they're being honest, they'll say,
Not much.
Nothing.
not much. They'll say, oh, you know what? My relationship, I give about 75%. Okay, that's great. Okay, that's great. But the conscious thought of giving 100% commitment to an idea, to an action, because realistically, you could say, I ate a breakfast today. Okay, that was 100% commitment because you told yourself you needed to eat. But see, that's the point. People aren't used to thinking of commitment, of doing something in your life where you do it the best that you possibly can. I'm gonna go take a shit. I'm gonna take the best shit possible. I'm gonna take, you know what I mean? I'm gonna sit there and take an X-Lax or something. I'm gonna wait until the optimal
you can have some
moment.
sexy shit time.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking blow that.
Play
I'm
some
gonna
Barry
have.
Manilow.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna do something to relax. I'm gonna get that little poo potty
Make
that I
love
see.
that
You know, the
fucking
little
toilet.
poo potty. You know, where my knees are up for a natural shit position. You know what I mean?
Oh.
You see what I'm saying? Like you really put some thought into it. You
But
know?
Rob, part of that is because most people, likewise, never push themselves to
That's
do.
right.
And going back to 100%, when I had to go to the hospital a couple months ago, and I saw a doctor again the other day, he didn't believe me when I said I was in the hospital for like 6-7 days, and I had to fucking crawl down the stairs by myself because there was no fire. There was no fire department. I don't know where the fire department was helping somebody else, and so the ambulance people usually aren't burly enough because I'm a big guy too. Shock-a-doodle-doo.
Okay.
I had to crawl down the fucking stairs myself while puking my guts out with dizziness, nausea, vertigo. It was. I can't describe how bad it is, and you can't imagine without. Anyway, so suffice it to say, giving 100%, crawling backwards downstairs. It was insane, but most people have never fucking put themselves, unless you've gone to one of those like Iron Man things.
Yeah.
Like people where they crawl through the mud with the like electrified mud, or they've gone through basic.
Yeah.
Like I have a friend's kid who's going through basic right now. But people don't even think in those measures.
Right. Well, the sad thing is people don't give themselves, they don't believe in themselves, okay?
Right.
So they go, oh, I can't do that. In a minute, and I yell at my kids. If my kids ever say, I can't do something, oh, I get pissed off and start yelling at them. I'm like, no, you got to change that mentality to say, I can't do that yet, okay? You got to add that yet there. Everything is hard in the beginning. But you'll be amazed when you really, really try what you can accomplish. And that's not even giving 100%. You know, most people are happy giving 50%, if that. Okay? Conservatively speaking, let's say 50%. Okay? And they're like, God, I want all the stuff that these guys want. Okay, well, those guys are operating at a different level. Those guys are at 75%. So they're at 75%, they're reaping the rewards of 75%. You're sitting at 50% complaining you're not getting 75%, but you're not even giving that extra 25. Right? So, effort generates what you want. Yeah, your results, what you want. And it's like, I get frustrated with people all the time because, it's like, okay, look, like you got motivated to push that 100% by one of the purest, most powerful human conditions known, self-preservation. You're like, I don't want to fucking die.
Actually, you know what it was? It wasn't that. I wanted the firefighters to help somebody else.
Okay. Whatever
Because
the
I
motivation
knew
is. Yeah.
they were on another call, and I knew because of their walkies that they already had another fucking call. And I was like, I am not gonna be the bitch. I want them to go help somebody else.
Well, so you had a secondary motivation, but you still crawled down that stairs backwards, basically to save your own life.
Yep.
So you had multiple reasons. But my point is, regardless of whatever it is, whether it is I don't want to be broke, or I want to be healthy, or I want this, or I want that. Bottom line is, you don't really want it, because there's a guy, I forget his name. He's known for Breathe. That's his whole get down. And I might have said this before on another thing, but it's the one thing that he said that he shared is the most honest, truthful assessment of life, right? So I'll say it again in case, we got 4 viewers watching right now, and they might not have ever heard this
before.
Is
that Eric Thomas?
Yes, E.T. Yes, E.T. the Preacher. Yeah, you're right, Eric Thomas. Thank you. He has this thing where he's sitting there talking about, he walks up to this dude that's really successful, and he tells the dude, man, I wanna be down. I wanna be as successful as you. And the guy's like, all right, you wanna be successful as me, man? Okay, you gotta come down here tomorrow, but you gotta be dressed for success. Meet me here tomorrow morning, first thing, 6 o'clock. He's like, okay, I'll be here right here at 6 o'clock. So he comes down the next day dressed for success, ready to kick some ass, kick some names, kick some ass, right? So the guy's like, come out here, walk through the ocean to me. He's like, what? Man, I'm in my nice clothes. What are you fucking talking about? Man, you want to be successful? Come fucking follow me. All right. So he walks out. There's water. He's dancing away from the water. What the fuck, man? He's like, come on, get in the water. Guy gets in the water, says, come in the water with me. He's like, what? This motherfucker's crazy. What the fuck is he talking about? He said, look, man, you want to be successful? I thought you want to be successful, man. I do. Well, get in the fucking water with me. And he says, fuck. All right. So he gets in the water. He's like, give him a little deeper. Gets him a little bit deeper. And he's like, okay. And he grabs him and puts him underwater. And he's holding him underwater. The whole time he's like, the guy's fucking, oh my God, I'm a fucking drown. What the fuck? And he's like holding his breath. His chest burning. He's going to fucking die. He's like, what? Guy pulls him up at the last second. He takes that breath. Right? The guy's like, this motherfucker's crazy. He goes, let me ask you a question. The guy's like, fuck what? He goes, that time I held you down there, what did you want? He goes, I don't know. Why don't you look at, no, what did you want? When you were down there, what was the one thought you had? He goes, fuck, I wanted to breathe. He goes, there it is. He goes, what? He goes, there it is. He goes, what? He goes, that's what you have to do. You have to find shit in life where you want it as bad as you wanted that breath. And you have to work for it. And when he said that, I said, that's fucking beautiful. That's brilliant, right? Because that is the purest instinct. You're down underwater. You're thinking you're going to drown. You have the fear of drowning. That's the fear of failure, right? And you're being held underwater, and you're trying to take that breath, but something's stopping you. And then all of a sudden you come up and you take that breath. That's the only thing you want. So he says, you don't want to fucking, you don't want success as bad as you want to party. You don't want success as if you want to go hang out with your fucking friends. You don't want to have successes. And I'll paraphrase Exer, because he's PC. He doesn't go where I go. He's like, you don't want as bad as you want that pussy, right? But everybody else is sitting there saying, okay, I'm not at the club. I'm not chasing tail. I'm not doing this. I got my head in the books. I'm learning. I'm expanding my horizons. I'm going to go there, right? And they go there. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't have all that time you have in the club, but guess what? I got stacks in the bank. I'll get the bitches later. You know what I mean? And so that's the shit that people don't understand. It's like that mentality. Like when I look at preppers, I see them committing to something. There's something they're afraid of, and they're taking precaution. At least they're putting the thought into it. They're taking the appropriate measures, right? But a lot of times the preppers only go so far. Okay, it's kind of like those half cuts. They're making a motion, but they're not getting
going far enough.
They're not going far enough. Because guess where the biggest thing you have to condition and ready for any situation? Right here. Right here. It doesn't matter any of your gear. It don't matter. Like, Prepare Mind touches on that. And he got real frustrated. And I love the fact that he's got a second channel now. Because now he's cursing. Now he's letting shit out. He's doing shit, you know. And I'm like, I've been doing that since day one. I don't give a fuck.
Well, and he had talked about doing it a long time ago with 201. Yeah. And now he finally fucking pulled the trigger.
Yeah. You know, because one day he and I were sitting there talking, and me and quite a few other YouTubers, and they go, "Yeah, my channel's small. I got a small channel, but guess what? My haters, the people like, remember he just did that video. He's talking about all the trolls and stuff. I said,
Yeah.
I don't have that fucking problem. Every so often I'll get like a jacktard, like that one gaming session where somebody got up and was talking some crazy fuck you shit or whatever, and we just deleted them. But for the most,
the do it daddy guy.
yeah, fuck you daddy or whatever. You know but for the most parts, if you really stop and look at my channel analytics, I get next to no thumbs down. I get next to no negative comments. And somebody can say, "Well, it's a law of averages, Rob. You only get a couple hundred. You only get a couple hundred. You get a couple hundred fucking, views on your shit. And every so often you get something that goes to 17,000 or something. But even then, so my argument would be, okay, fine, law of averages. But that Travax, that's probably my most commercial viewed whatever. So if I'm following your laws of averages, I should have a whole bunch of people in there talking to mad as shit. I only had one guy in there say, yeah, he rambled on for 17 minutes.
That was a 20-minute waste. Why
it was probably Chance who said that.
No.
And I laughed.
Because I remember that.
Yeah, and I laughed and I said, well, that's
I was like, why the fuck did you watch it?
Exactly. I'm like, that's not my bad. You just told the world you're a fucking idiot. You know what I mean?
You watched it for 20 minutes?
Yeah, why would you watch something from front to back for 20 minutes if you didn't like it in the first fucking 30 seconds?
I mean, I can't even think of a single video Rob's done that I don't like, to be honest.
Yeah, well, we're friends. I mean, friends, even if you didn't necessarily like a video, you're still going to be respectful and nice and throw a like just because you support me and you support the channel. But my point was, I have people that will say stuff
you do the same for me.
Yeah, the worst that people say is, oh yeah, cursing is a sign of ignorance, and I have one guy that was talking shit about my backyard, and I had one dude that said, oh yeah, I'm not going to listen to advice from a fat guy with a beard. And I started laughing. I'm like, okay, well, first of all...
He doesn't listen to his mom then.
Yeah, really. I mean, first of all, a lot of the stuff the stuff that I do, I'm not giving advice. I'm just doing something, and you guys take from it what you like. I say, I like it. I like this. I think this is fucking cool. Whether or not you go buy it, I give less than a fuck. I make no money on it. It doesn't benefit me at all. I'm learning shit, and the thing that I like most is when there's comments and we have conversation. But it's funny because, I sit there, and like I had people from day one say, dude, your production value, things of that nature, dude, you could be a much bigger channel if you watch your language. I'm like, yeah, but then I invite trolls, and then I invite this, and I'm selling out. It's not really me. Why would I fucking do that?
Motherfucker, I love your language.
Yeah, I mean, why would I want to do that? And the funnier thing is, when I meet a lot of the vendors and I meet the companies and stuff, and I'm the exact same way as I am right here. You could talk to Matt. Matt will tell you. I'm out in public. I'm in a restaurant. I'm the exact
Matt?
Matthew Sessions.
The one I was talking with him the other day, actually. Earlier in the week, actually, on Facebook. Yeah, we were talking about air rifles. I was telling him how stupid British laws are because air rifles are restricted to 12 pounds muzzle pressure, and air pistols are restricted to 6 pound muzzle pressure. He goes, "You do realise if you come over to the States, you can have a 45 caliber air rifle." I go, "Really? Sign me up! I want to get over there now."
Yeah. So I mean.
Speed my flight.
They think that this is some fucking character that I'm playing. That this is this a guy he plays, and I'm like, fuck no, this is me.
You're an actor?
Yeah, they think the
Holy shit.
show is like fucking like an actor or something, and I'm like,
well, it is a character. It's the character of Robrix. It's the person's character.
So then. Quality. I go and I talk to the vendors and I talk to these companies, and then out of respect for them, because they're giving me something for fucking free to review, I always ask the question, do you want me to tone the language down a little bit for your product? Because I don't, I know you're going to share it on your thing or whatever, and blah, blah, blah. And I have yet to have any company say,
I bet that
yeah.
they all say, "Fuck no, be yourself."
Well,
They say,
they'll
yeah.
swear too, and then they'll go, "Oh shit, can I swear on your channel?" Because
Yeah.
I've seen that like on James Yeager's stuff. I've seen that on Prepared Minds.
Yeah.
On US Haas's, they all do that. Oh
Yeah.
shit, I can swear on your channel. Hopefully, right?
Yeah.
You can bleep that out. They're like,
Yeah.
who cares?
Yeah. You know, and so I sit there and I kind of laugh because I have an innate ability, and my wife always gives me shit. Like, I will get the most straight edge, politically correct motherfucker hanging out with me, and about 30 minutes in,
They'll start.
usually about 30 minutes in, I get the first fuck. You know, I get the first fuck out of their mouth. You know,
Yes,
and I'll see I'll see the wife go, "What the fuck?" You know, and I always laugh because I'm not cursing because
Actually,
you
going
know.
back to what you said before you went on your cruise, I actually started watching some of my videos back, and I actually surprised myself because in 90% of my videos, I drop at least 1 or 2 F-bombs.
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't realise I'm doing it. I'm just like.
I mean, shit. The reality is, I mean, here's the thing, and Chase said it really good earlier. I mean, Chance said it really good. It's not Chase. Chase. Chance said earlier.
Talking to the bank.
Talking to the Chase Bank. No,
Talking to the bank.
I was talking to Chance when he said, yeah, you could. Why the fuck would you watch it? You know what I mean? It's like that's the thing that just kind of blows my mind on a regular basis. Somebody will sit there and watch your shit, and then talk shit about it.
Hickok 45 talks about that all the fucking time.
And I'm like, why are you wasting anybody? Do you just want to talk? I saw this video, and I'm sure you guys saw it because I shared it with my son earlier. This guy was acting like an African drug lord, and he was on Call of Duty. And if you have not seen this, I highly recommend you look it up. It just says African drug lord Call of Duty. Okay? It's fucking awesome. So he gets on there, he's doing stuff, and because you know, you get in these online games, these motherfuckers talk the craziest shit. Well, by using just common search techniques and stuff on social networks, he discovers where they live and their names.
No.
And he starts saying, "Oh, it's brilliant." I don't even want to ruin the punchline, but
I've seen videos like that in the past.
It is so good, especially the one where he says, "Would you talk about my mother? Don't talk about my mother." That's the one. That's the one you have to see because this kid talks the wildest shit, and this motherfucker puts the fear of God, and it illustrates the point. When there is no fear of repercussion, motherfuckers talk the wildest, craziest shit. I put one video out, and then I deleted it because my wife was like, "Don't do that stuff." But I have one video where this guy pissed me off, and I put out, and I said, "Tell you what, this is where I live. Here's my fucking phone number. Why don't you come down here and we'll talk about it? And if you're the man that you say you are, let's handle it like men." You know what I mean? And I deleted that shit after the fact, but I was like,
missed out on that.
Because I was like,
no, Tenchi. The problem is there are a lot of YouTubers.
Thanks, Magic.
That have had their houses broken into and their guns and shit.
Yep.
And that goes back to this same.
Then swatting, yeah.
And that's that's if you're lucky. You're lucky if you get swatted compared, because what they'll do, same thing like I said with the gals. They they stalk them, but they stalk YouTubers.
Oh yeah.
Which is why.
Yeah.
Oh, it's horrible. And I can think of several YouTubers off the top of my head who've had their houses almost completely cleaned out.
Damn.
White Boy 7th, they did his.
I'm sorry, who?
White Boy 7th Street is a gamer.
Oh yeah, a lot of the gamers. Like I think the FaZe house got hit.
That's one reason I don't do gaming videos. It's just too much BS regarding it.
Well, but again, see, this is what I'm talking about, though. It comes back to being genuine, to being who you are, and, just being real. So it's like when I talk with Prepared Mind on the phone, dude, he talks like I talk. I mean, shit, in some cases, if he's pissed off, dude, that motherfucker drops more F-bombs than I could ever even hope to drop. And that's really him. You know what I
Chris
mean?
dropping F-bombs? That's unheard of.
Oh my God. No, he's a normal motherfucker. But, you know, his thing, his get down is he is successful enough that his fucking YouTube is his business. That's his life. He makes money on that to sustain himself. That's a whole nother layer of, you know, okay, I'm gonna, you know, what's successful, what gets me views is me, you know, watching my language, putting out a product, putting out a, you know, thing. Okay? He has a secondary one now where he's letting some assholes and he's letting a few other words slip out. You know, he says, yeah, I know, don't freak out. This is my other channel. Right? But it's his business. You know, just like a lot of these guys, the guys that do all the gaming stuff and they get all these millions and millions and millions of views and they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars per video that they drop once a week. I mean, they perform because that's what they're doing. But in their success, they also pull out the crazies. You know, I'm just fortunate enough that about 90% of my fucking audience are my kind of crazy. So, you know,
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, you know, so people get on this channel, like Chance, I don't know how many times we had somebody jump on the stream here and go, oh shit, and they bounce right the fuck back off.
That has happened 3 times that I've been in these live streams.
It's happened. Sometimes it's happened several times in one.
In one.
As a matter of fact, I think it was 3 live streams before we went on your cruise, it happened 3 times.
Yeah, there was the one time I made the mistake of putting the turkey coo in the subject, and the kid jumped in at the end, and he looked like a deer in the headlights. The kid was like, "What the fuck did I just jump into?" You know,
and they wonder what they're thinking.
Because yeah, because we cover, oh my lord, we cover some dark shit. Like some of the stuff we cover is dark, but it's dark. Yeah.
It's dark, but the problem is, especially like I say with the ladies, and I wish we had time to go over all of it because I have a lot of notes here. This shit's
We'll do it. Yeah, we'll do the next one. We'll do the next one.
This shit's like really
ready?
Important.
Hang on one second, guys. What?
What's over there?
Wait, I can't hear you. What? Yeah, I'm still. When do we need to go? Yeah, I just need like another 25 minutes. Then I'll wrap up. Okay? Is that cool? Huh? Okay. Yeah, the hospital called my wife off. The fuck, man?
You got your own private nurse?
Well, I actually...
Yeah, she's called Irene.
Yeah, I do have my own private nurse. She's like, takes care of me and makes sure I don't fuck up. But no, they called her off. It's weird. The hospital has had less and less patients lately. And so the last few shifts she's had to work, she had to float to different floors because there was nobody in her department to look after. And then
maybe
today,
someone's eating the patients.
Ooh.
I don't know. But then they called her off today and said, yeah, we don't need you in here. There's not even anything for you to float. And so she has some friends there that they're leaving. So she wants to go drop off some stuff and hang out with them for a little bit. I told him, yeah, as soon as I'm done with the stream, we can go hang out and drop some stuff off. But yeah, it's weird that, you know, that's happening. So, but anyway, get back to what you're talking about, Chance.
It's really fucking weird.
I know, right? I've never. Yeah.
That's the opposit of
what? Yeah,
not
what you
suspicious.
It's weird. I don't know. Yeah, I know. I almost said, where are the sick fuckers at? Are they just dead? And would be really funky if suddenly nobody's sick, like, and nobody dies. It's like, uh-oh. I've seen that movie. Didn't end well.
Sorry, I got a little bit distracted. I was just checking my subscriber count, which is now up to 46.
Good. Slow and steady wins the race, man. Slow and steady. I lost about
64 more, and I'll have me custom URL.
Yeah, I lost about 25 this last month.
Probably
I lost.
probably because you went away on vacation for a week.
I still had videos going up. I still have videos going out at that time.
Yeah, I know. I
But
was watching.
yeah, I think what happened is YouTube. If there's a lot of things that you're not watching on a regular basis, like they remove your subscriber thing. I had a couple viewers hit me up saying, "Oh man, I missed a bunch of videos. YouTube fucking unsubscribed me. Now I'm back subscribed again." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Sorry you missed. There's a shitload for you to catch up on. I haven't seen your comments in like 2 months." But yeah, it's
That
weird.
is why I always try to remain active on the channels I subscribe to. Okay, there's some channels I don't comment all that much on. But
Well, I got like
on,
915 subscriptions or something like that. And
on
so
your,
I
I
go
think
through
I have.
every day. I go through every
Fucking,
day and try to watch, but
oh fucker, I don't even know how many subscriptions I have. Not that many
it
though.
says it right on the left-hand side when you go on the thing where you click subscriptions. When you
Oh
click
yeah.
on it, there's a number there.
Subscriptions 16 at the moment.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, okay. That's easy for you to keep on top of. I got like 918 or something like that.
The only ones I really watch religiously, like watch every single video on, is Wingman 115, We All Juggle
Yeah,
Knives,
yeah,
Tactical, love that
yeah,
motherfucker,
yeah,
Survival on Purpose, Scalagrim,
yeah,
Prepared Mind 101, obviously.
yeah,
Most obvious motherfucker in my subscription list, I
yeah,
rate as Jackalope,
yeah,
and Cutlery Lover. And
yeah.
all the other stuff's just like miscellaneous stuff like Matthew Santoro,
Hmm.
one of my friends who does gaming vids, Good Mythical Morning,
Yep, yep.
and a few of my other friends that do vids. I got you're my boy Blue who does custom ferro rods and stuff.
Oh, nice.
Because I subscribed to him because he subscribed to me. I got Carry Customs actually subscribes to me, which
That's cool.
I think he actually subscribed to me after I posted my Tybo video because I mentioned him in that. I think.
Oh, no, he's a cool dude. Was that Magic?
132.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And when you get there, I mean, you see something on the side, you watch that, go, hey, that's pretty good. You hit subscribe, and
Subscribe to. I don't even know what you're subscribed to.
That's what happened with Tactical. Actually, I just randomly watched one of his videos one day. I was like, oh, this motherfucker's cool. Subscribe.
yeah, he's a pretty cool dude. So Chance, I think what I might do, since
Hello.
the discussion about women and shit hit the fan, I think that's an important one. I think what I might do tomorrow, because I'm not really feeling like gaming too much, I think I might do another one of these sessions tomorrow where we just talk about that particular topic. And I think what I'll do is when I get back home tonight, I will actually do something I normally don't do and give people a heads up notice that there's a structured conversation, quasi roundtable, where we're talking about the strengths and weaknesses and potential vulnerabilities and possible solutions for women after the shit hits the fan. Okay, well, I'm almost done. I'm wrapping it up right now. So, I
Yeah,
think,
and specifically having them in the group, because that's always what happens.
ideal.
Well, we shouldn't have them in the group, or we should, but they're just baby makers, and it's like, oh fuck,
Oh,
really?
no. Yeah.
And
So, you know
I
what?
see that
So
a lot.
so do me a favor
Sure.
on Facebook, email, whatever.
Sure.
Send me a loose
I'll do an outline.
outline. Yeah. And then what we'll do is I'll advertise it for today, for tomorrow, and say this is something that we think is actually important enough to have a structured conversation on. And
No problem.
let's do that. I'll go ahead and put it out as a notice on the thing. I'll even create the hangout because I can create hangouts for like later dates. So I'll create one with all the invitations and stuff like that for tomorrow, and let's see if we can actually put some thoughts out and everything that might actually be of some use to folks that are creating groups and stuff. Because
Yeah.
I think there's value there. Because I mean, it's getting close enough to potential
Doomsday.
potential doomsdays that I think it's good enough for people to start prepping and planning and actually drilling and taking things very seriously. I know I'm going to step things up with my family. So
Yeah, because I literally talked to probably 3 different brand new people, women, about this every day, just around YouTube, and it's always because guys are giving them fucking shit about it, saying women don't have any place in prepper groups except for making babies, and they shouldn't have guns.
really?
And they always go, they shouldn't have guns because they have too much of a fucking attitude problem. They can't control their emotions, and they're lucky they even get cars.
Oh my God, are you serious?
And I'm like, why? Why are you allowed around women now?
I know.
And so they say this shit, and as soon as one of them says it, then like 3 more of them will be like, yeah, women shouldn't have.
That's fucking crazy. Like I get that women can be emotional at times, but at the same time, it's sometimes that a raw emotional aspect can make them one of the most valuable members on a team.
That's why you give them the fucking guns. If they shoot some dirtbag and go, honey, I shot the dirtbag, you go, oh, okay, honey.
He must have deserved it.
Okay, sweetie. What are you going to do? Okay, they shot the fucking dirtbag.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't you. You don't have to go fucking explain it to them. If they did it, you just go, okay.
Yeah. You know, it's just kind of weird because it's that whole double standard, and I think a lot of it is just, you know, there's a concerted effort to keep women as baby makers. And I think, you know, there's a very strong group that likes that idea. It says, you know what, they're only good for one thing, and that's retarded. That is very retarded.
And then they wonder why women never want to be with them, because they go, I'm a virgin and I'm 35. It's like, well, no fucking shit. And then number 2, they're like, women don't want to be in our prepper group. I'm like, yeah, because they don't want to be sprawled out on a mat for the rest of their life. But like this gal that I've been talking to, she just said, thank you again for your kind words. I often remind myself, she just wrote this, there are more of us who want to live in peace than there are of evil people who want to destroy peace.
Yeah.
And I think that's the message that most women want to get out. But instead, just like always, there's guys trying to shout them down, going, you're lucky we let you do anything, and you're lucky this isn't the Middle East, where you don't get to fucking do anything. Because that's what it seems. It's what it seems like they're damn near suggesting.
Yeah,
like
that's
you're
retarded.
lucky you can drive a car.
You know, there's been a couple of chicks that were prepared by 101 asking questions, and guys would just jump down their throat with all these stupid ass answers, and I would always play the games. Like they'd say, okay, here's a scenario, this is going on, what do you do? And I'd play it, and then people would find out it's a girl asking a question, they'd get all fucking crazy stupid on it, and I'm like, these are really good questions. These are really valid, good fucking scenarios. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Why are you being, get tampons? It's like, seriously? What the fuck is wrong with you? It's the
same as video games.
Yeah.
Call of Duty, Battlefield, you name it. Guys feel super threatened by women, and
yeah, because they feel that the women are encroaching on their territory, which is fucked up.
Right, and there's nothing that scares the piss out of men more, and before it would have been bows and arrows and shit, than women running around with AKs and ARs.
I don't know. I think that's personally pretty fucking hot, but that's just me.
Right. Yes, but for them, though, because then they don't get to be... How many catcalls and shit do you think you'd hear? Like, there was one that just happened in the military the other day, and it was a superior officer, and he'd been, oh man, I love it every time you walk away, blah, 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 and this and that, to one of his subordinates, gal. Just kept making the fucking remarks over and over. Yeah, his ass is out.
Yeah,
and everyone,
that's good.
But everyone blames her.
Oh God.
What the fuck? Like what?
Well, kind of. It's his fault for being a misogynistic pig.
No, she shouldn't have had such a nice looking ass.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's damn it, she looked too good in those fucking fits.
That's right. That's right. Well, let's do this. So we have a plan. So we have a plan for tomorrow. I want to go and cut out and help my wife with the stuff that she's got a bunch of shit she's trying to bring over to the hospital. Sure. So I'm gonna cut out. We're gonna. This is not the end. We're gonna say this is to be continued. And then we'll do follow-up thoughts and stuff like that tomorrow because that's going to be a lot more, I think, reflective of the clothing statements and stuff. Now, any of these girls, if they want a voice and they want to jump on here, let them know. This next segment is pretty much just going to be about kind of a, open dialogue. Like, okay, you know what? This is, tell us some of the shit you're hearing, some of the stuff. Let's air it out. Let's talk about it and say, you know what? It's bullshit. It's stupid. And we could actually have a really good dialogue, and this could be a resource that somebody else can come and share with their daughter, share with their sister, share with their mother, share with whoever. Because I know quite a few women that are preppers, and I don't think of them any different as I would think of anybody else, really.
Well, the fact of the matter is, some women are better preppers than the men.
Yeah.
Well, of course, especially when it comes to shit like baby food. They got a million jars of baby food, but they only have like one meal for themselves. And then you're like, oh, it's common sense.
Yeah,
So,
sacrifice for the kids. But I think that's going to be good. I mean, it is something that I am concerned about, even with my own daughters and my wife. So I think it'll be a fun episode. I think it'll be fun for us to talk about shit that people are not really talking about. Maybe they're afraid to talk about it. Maybe they're uncomfortable. Maybe they don't want to deal with it. But it is something
maybe
that
they just don't think about it.
Well, that's usually what most of it is. But maybe we need to challenge some of these established paradigms and say, hey, it's not what you think, and it's not that, and these are what statistics show. Because you look at the Israeli army, you got a lot of women. You got a lot of women in there to fuck your ass up.
don't Krav Maga your ass into fucking hamburger.
They will fuck you till
Holy
Tuesday,
shit.
not the way you want. So
It'll be the wrong. Yeah.
That's one serious hamburger.
yeah,
Yes, it'll be very kosher, but it'll not be good.
That's right. That's right. All right, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and end the broadcast here. We're going to pick it back up tomorrow. Thanks as always for jumping in.
Well, looks like I dodged a jackalope pimping today.
Yeah, no closing statements today.
Yeah, no problem, man.
But I always enjoy it. This is a highlight of the week. So thanks a lot, guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Take it easy.
Hopefully.
Yep. All right. Bye, guys.
Peace.